Hello, I'm Sean Whelan. Welcome to Investing in Climate Action, the Make or Break Decade, brought to you by Project Syndicate in partnership with the European Commission and the European Investment Bank. The 9 remaining years of this decade could well be the turning point in humanity's bid to stave off the most devastating effects of climate change. With only a handful of exceptions, every government in the world has pledged to keep global temperatures to well below 2 degrees of pre-industrial levels. But to do that, radical action and cooperation between countries, the type of which has never yet been seen in human history, is going to be needed, starting now. Quite simply, if the necessary steps aren't taken by 2030, it'll be too late. So, can it be done? Can it be done fairly? What role will Europe play? And, crucially, how will it be financed? At a time when both governments and the private sector are reeling from the economic hurricane of the worst pandemic for a century or more. Over the next 4 hours, we'll be exploring practical solutions to these questions with a selection of the most important people anywhere in the world involved in making these decisions and seeing them turned into action. Coming up, we have Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. Christine Lagarde is President of the European Central Bank. We'll hear from Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the IMF, and Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Werner Hoyer is the President of the European Investment Bank, Frans Timmermans, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Michael Bloomberg, the UN Secretary General's Envoy for Climate Ambition and Solutions, Oliver Bäte, Chairman of the Board of Management of Allianz SE, and John Kerry, the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate in the new Biden administration. Quite a lineup, and that is just the redacted version. Now, don't be intimidated. You don't need to run a major international institution to be part of today's events. It's also vital that you, the audience watching, are part of the conversation too. So please do get involved using the hashtag Investing in Climate Action. But first, let's remind ourselves of what's at stake.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
This is Europe's man on the moon moment.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
We'll be taking a solution-based lens to the issue over 3 sessions today. Following opening remarks from the European Commission and European Investment Bank, we'll begin with Session 1, Getting Our Hands Green, a look at the political action needed across the continent. Then I'll be handing over to Joe Coburn at 3:40 CET for Session 2, a new green boom, which will drill deep into how the flows of finance around the world can be aligned with climate goals. Then, in our final session at 5 CET, Climate Action Goes Global, I'll join Joe to explore how the world can work together and if it can work together. But to begin the day's events, I'm delighted to be joined live from Brussels by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. But first of all, we've got a technical issue that we do need to sort out. So bear with us for a couple of seconds and we'll come straight back to the President of the European Commission in a few seconds' time, as soon as we get those lines up. I'm afraid we are living in these age of Zoom, etc. OK, for those of you who are staying with us, we're sorting out some streaming issues here in our links to Brussels. As soon as we sort that out, we'll come back to you in vision and we'll bring you the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. So please bear with us a little bit longer. Thank you. I thank you for bearing with us there. We now have our link to Brussels fully established. So I'm going to hand straight over to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. President.
Thank you so much, Sean, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this conference on the Make or Break Decade. A make or break decade for climate action. And indeed, the next 10 years must be a turning point. First and foremost for global CO2 emissions. Today, global emissions are still rising, and this has to change as a matter of urgency. Europe has decided to cut emissions by at least 55% already in the coming decade. This is to do our part and to show the way. We must act now before it's too late. And there is another factor that can make a difference between make or break. It's how we think about climate action. Climate action is not only a necessity, it is also the greatest economic opportunity of our time. We are on the edge of a transformation similar to the digital revolution of 40 years ago. In the 1980s, personal computers, mobile phones, and the World Wide Web saw the light. In a matter of a few years, businesses and consumers started asking for new services and products. New markets were created from nothing. We started to desire things that didn't even exist before. And a similar transformation is now happening again. Europeans are discovering new needs, from clean mobility to local organic food. Researchers are testing new clean technologies. And investors are seeking green investment opportunities. In a matter of a few years, we will change the way we move, the way we eat, the way we produce, you name it. So the question is, are we ready to catch this opportunity? I believe we are. Just one example. 55% of the world's new hydrogen projects are in Europe. Clean hydrogen is a textbook means towards our goal of climate neutrality. And Europe is investing in it more than any other global power. European business and investors understand the change that is about to happen. And they want to be the drivers of this change. They want to build Europe's leadership in the markets of tomorrow. And this is a central goal of the European Green Deal together with fighting climate change. The European Green Deal is our roadmap towards climate neutrality. But it is also, and crucially, our new growth strategy. A strategy to make Europe more competitive on tomorrow's green markets. Thus, we are supporting the European Green Deal goals with an unprecedented wave of public investment. Over 280 billion euros from our recovery plan Next Generation EU will finance climate action. And then we have the new European budget, the new projects of European interest, and the impressive support from the European Investment Bank. And let me spend just a few words to say how glad I am for this joint event with the EIB. The EIB is redefining the role of a multilateral development bank, becoming Europe's climate bank. And you are showing the way forward for the critical decade, and I must say I'm really proud of that. So, public investment is coming. There are now 3 crucial tasks that we will have to tackle in the immediate future. First, we must ensure the quality of our investment. We should try and maximize the impact of every euro we spend in terms of environmental impact, but also of job creation and innovation. Second, we must work to mobilize as much private investment as possible. We need an investment revolution that goes well beyond the public sector to catch the green opportunities of the 2020s. And third, we must look beyond Europe's borders too. We must explore new forms of global cooperation on green finance towards a climate-friendly economy. Europe will be the first climate-neutral continent, but we don't want it to be the only one. And I want this decade to be the roaring 20s of climate action and climate investment. Europe must lead this change. It's our last chance to stop climate change. And it's a once-in-a-generation opportunity to become global leaders in the economy of the future. So I wish you a fruitful conference, and I very much thank you for your attention.
President von der Leyen, thank you very much. I'm now equally delighted to bring you the European Investment Bank President, Werner Hoyer, speaking to us live from Luxembourg.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, I'm delighted to welcome you on behalf of the European Investment Bank to this important conference. A special welcome to our co-organizer, the European Commission, under the leadership of Ursula von der Leyen, and to our Executive Vice Presidents, Valdis Dombrovskis and Franz Timmermans. Thank you very much for the excellent cooperation, and I include Project Syndicate into these thanks. In my opening remarks, I would like to take you back 30 years, when Europe stood before the great economic and social challenge at that time, transforming the crippled communist economies of Central and Eastern Europe into modern market economies. A challenge that looked daunting indeed. When I worked at the German Foreign Office in the mid-90s, we referred to this group of countries as transition economies. 30 years later, we are all transition economies facing an equally daunting challenge. Not only must we make our fossil-based economies carbon neutral by 2050 to prevent catastrophic climate change, but we must do so while recovering from a public health and economic crisis. I have little doubt that Europe can and will manage this transition and achieve its goal of net zero by 2050, even if that still requires a lot of hard work. Europe's Green Deal tackles the crisis head on. It is ambitious, it is comprehensive, and like the transition in Central and Eastern Europe 30 years ago, it has strong focus on growth. With the next generation EU recovery package, reinforcements to the EU budget and the EIB by its side, Europe's Green Deal is also backed by an unprecedented public financial firepower. After the financial crisis, after the euro crisis, after Brexit, Europe now is leading the way on the climate front. This makes me a very proud European today. But make no mistake, this is not a task for Europe alone. Europe accounts for less than 10% of global emissions. Climate change is more than a European issue, it is a human issue. China's recently announced commitment to decarbonize by 2060 and Joe Biden's decision to bring the United States back into the Paris Agreement are clearly positive developments. They mean that countries responsible for producing half of global greenhouse emissions, and here I include the European Union, are now on a net zero pathway. But we must also consider the other 50% of the world. These countries, many in sub-Saharan Africa, account individually for a fraction of global emissions, but stand to be some of the most affected by rising seas and temperatures. They're also home to some of the planet's most precious assets, rainforests, and are rich in biodiversity. Their growing populations have a legitimate desire and interest to have the same access to energy as we do. So we need to help these countries adapt to climate change, protect their unique ecosystems, and make sure the economies are sustainable for all our sakes. Europe needs to become a champion for a global Green Deal. And for that, our foreign policy and climate policy must become two sides of the same coin. I'm very grateful that we have distinguished speakers from all corners of the world join us today to discuss the challenges for this endeavor and the plans for the crucial decade ahead. Thank you very much for being with us. Today should be a place for leaders to come together and share their plans at home and on the international stage, and a place for investors and entrepreneurs to understand the determination with which we will be pushing ahead on the green agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you again to this conference and hope that through our discussions, we can help our vision of a net zero economy a global reality very soon. Thank you very much, and I hope you'll enjoy an exciting conference today.
President Hoyer, thank you. Our final remarks in this opening session will come from Michael Bloomberg, the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on Climate Ambition and Solutions, in just a few moments. But first, I'd like to welcome Valdis Dombrovskis, Executive Vice President of the European Commission for an economy that works for people.
Mr. Chair, honorable presidents, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome such a distinguished audience and speakers today. President von der Leyen just spoke about the urgent need to tackle climate change and about opportunities coming from climate action. We are doing all we can to create and make more of those opportunities, especially when it comes to greening the economy. Europe has long been committed to fighting climate change, moving early on to identify how to reform and refocus the financial system as a way to advance to a sustainable economy. We designed the world's first classification system for sustainable economic activities. Benchmarks to help investors identify and invest in low carbon strategies. Stronger disclosure for investment managers and financial advisors on sustainability risks. Today, we are going further still, looking at green bond standards, eco-labels for consumer financial products, green mortgages, to name just a few areas. However, when we first began to work on sustainable finance in Europe, I remember it was a rather lonely place to be. I'm grateful to all those who supported and inspired us over the years, including today's next speaker, Mike Bloomberg. Sustainable finance is growing fast. This is a market that has gone from niche to mainstream in a little more than 5 years. Environmental, social, and governance criteria are now key elements for a global investment industry and its clients. I'm proud that Europe's engagement and commitment have played a large part in driving these developments. Rising demand for green, social, and sustainable bonds has made it a market worth several hundred billions of euros a year. This is an area where Europe is a world leader and soon a major issuer. Shortly before the virus hit, we set up a Sustainable Europe investment plan to generate more than 1 trillion euros over the next decade and turn Europe in a climate neutral continent by 2050. This objective lies at the heart of the European Green Deal. It will allow us to confront the climate crisis while we still can. The principle of sustainable investment, principles of sustainable investment plan have become even more critical for supporting the recovery from the crisis. This must be a recovery which is strong and sustainable, fair and inclusive. It must prepare us for the challenges of the green and digital transitions and how to make the best use of them. We cannot return to business as usual. We now have a unique opportunity to transform our economies and to build back greener. This is one of the main aims of our recovery package. It focuses on the green transition as an area of high potential growth, which means more work on areas such as investing in renewable energy and green hydrogen, creating infrastructure to promote sustainable mobility, renovating buildings to make them more energy efficient, and much more. However, this is not only about finance and investment. It's also about changing people's mindset, getting them to think greener, changing long-standing habits, and becoming more environmentally aware. This also extends to trade policy, which can be a powerful tool in encouraging or enforcing more sustainable practices. This is why we have put sustainability at the heart of EU's new trade strategy. Trade policy must play its full part in the green transformation of the EU and global economy. We should leverage our global influence to support this goal. Europe will fully use trade agreements to accelerate cooperation on climate action, biodiversity, and sustainable food systems. We will include Paris climate commitments as an essential element of trade agreements, and we will seek commitments for climate neutrality with G20 countries. We also want to construct an ambitious new transatlantic agenda around our shared climate and environmental goals. So this is not only about Europe either, as today's distinguished international presence shows. The fight against climate change can only succeed if we work together globally. We all have a stake in improving our planet. It is up to us to lay the groundwork for the next generation, for the people like Elizabeth Wanjiri Watuti from Kenya, the founder of Green Generation Initiative, who will join us later today. The climate change emergency has not gone away with the pandemic. The decisions that we make today affect the world of tomorrow. So I would like to conclude with a mention of another inspiring young leader, Nisreen El Saim from Sudan, who chairs the United Nations Young Advisory Group on Climate Change. Young people must be part of the solution. She told the Security Council last month, saying, we are the present, we have the future, let's not repeat previous generations' lapse. Today's forum is an opportunity to act for the future. Thank you.
Valdis Dombrovskis, thank you very much. In just a moment, we'll begin our first full session of the day, Getting Our Hands Green, where we'll be exploring what policymakers in Europe need to do in this, the make or break decade. I'll leave you now with Michael Bloomberg, the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on Climate Ambition and Solutions.
Hello, everyone. Let me first thank President von der Leyen, President Hoyer, Executive Vice President Dombrovskis, and Executive Vice President Timmermans for Europe's strong leadership in the race to zero emissions. When the European Investment Bank announced it would stop financing fossil fuels, it raised the bar, including for Washington. Here in the U.S., President Biden has committed to ending fossil fuel subsidies. We've also taken big strides in phasing out coal, thanks largely to local efforts that Bloomberg Philanthropies is glad to support. But of course, we can and we must do more to finance climate action all around the world. In addition to serving as the UN's Special Envoy for Climate Ambition and Solutions, I chair the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or TCFD for short. This helps inform the capital markets about climate risks, which puts the power of the market on the side of clean energy. I've also joined forces with 7 big private sector institutions to form the Climate Finance Leadership Initiative. Together, we're helping countries create the conditions to attract private capital to sustainable investments as they rebuild from the pandemic. By enlisting the public and private sectors, we can spur even more progress when the world convenes for COP26 in Glasgow. So thank you for your partnership across Europe and around the world.
Hello again and welcome to Getting Our Hands Green, the first of 3 in-depth sessions today.
We will not back down. I will not be silent while the world is on fire.
Joining me to answer those questions and more are Mr. João Pedro Matos Fernandes, Minister of Environment of Portugal, holding the EU Council presidency; Mr. Mauro Petriccioni, Director General for the Directorate General of Climate Action of the European Commission; Mr. Christopher Hurst, Director General at the Projects Directorate of the European Investment Bank; Ms. Samantha Smith, Director of the Just Transition Centre at the International Trade Union Confederation; and Mr. Ma Jun, Chairman of China's Green Finance Committee. Welcome to our panel. We'll be coming to them in just a moment. But first, here's Laurence Toubiana, Chair of the European Climate Foundation.
Since EU launched its Green Deal, we have seen European leaders pledging to build back better by linking economic recovery with climate action. Every European country signed up for the EU to slash at least 55% of greenhouse gas emission by 2030, up from 40%. All of this in the face of totally exceptional health and economic situation. The next test is really around the corner. The European Commission is set to release the biggest climate and energy package of EU legislation to date in June. the Fit for 55% package. I'm hopeful that these laws will quickly translate into real action on the ground, phasing out coal and the internal combustion engine, ramping up renewable, and catalyzing change in sectors like industry and agriculture. Finance needs to be at the heart of the transition to net zero and COVID recovery. We are starting to see this in the lead up to COP26. Many financial institutions are making commitments to align their investment and portfolio with the Paris Agreement. The challenge now is making sure that these commitments are credible and backed by plans that actually align financial flows with climate goals. We need a strong policy and regulatory framework in place to support this. And in the EU, this means adopting an ambitious, renewed, sustainable finance strategy this year and harmonized reporting and disclosure legislation. Governments need to ensure that investments support job growth and the green transition, while phasing out harmful subsidies to polluting industry. The EIB has been a frontrunner in excluding fossil fuel from its lending policy. That should ensure that ending fossil fuel finance and increasing support for adaptation becomes the international norm. EU can show leadership with its taxonomy and approach to just transition. We need to be careful to make sure this is not undermined by the gas issue. For the truly transformational change we need to deliver on Paris, every country needs its own Green Deal. These plans must be about more than transposing EU laws. We need to rethink the national economic plans, the tax system, investment policies, urban planning, and the way we work. And of course, the EIB can play a major role because it invests in countries. But what is needed also for a successful Green Deal in countries is a citizen engagement and a broader societal discussion. Citizens must have a voice in this transformation, meaning new ways to engage citizens, whether it is through citizen assembly or any other mechanism. And by 2030, we should be well on our way to a net zero future.
Laurence Toubiana there, Chair of the European Climate Foundation. Coming up later today, we've still got Christine Lagarde, President of the European Central Bank, Patricia Espinosa, Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the IMF. We'll hear again from Werner Hoyer, President of the European Investment Bank, and for the first time from Oliver Bäte, Chairman of the Board of Management of Allianz SE. We'll also be joined by Frans Timmermans, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, and John Kerry, the Presidential Special Envoy for Climate in the new Biden administration. That's all to come. But to take us into our first panel discussion of the day, here's a call to arms from Jan Arthus Bertrand, the environmentalist and photographer who has charted changes to the planet and its population over the decades, including in his latest film, Legacy.
Le confort que nous avons gagné depuis ces quelques années est incroyable. L'espérance de vie de l'humanité était environ 45 ans, il est près de 70 aujourd'hui. La mortalité des enfants a été divisée par 3. On est tous beaucoup plus riches. Avant, il y avait une personne sur 3 qui avait faim. Aujourd'hui, c'est une personne sur 9. Notre confort de vie a été incroyable. Et à côté de ça, il y a un prix à payer. Tout ça, c'est dû malheureusement aux énergies fossiles, en grande partie. L'homme est en train de complètement consommer la planète. Et je peux vous dire que depuis ces 50 ans de vie, d'intérêt pour la nature, je l'ai vu de mes yeux. Aujourd'hui, quand le WWF nous parle, par exemple, que nous avons perdu 70% du vivant en 40 ans, c'est un chiffre incroyable. Je l'ai répété tellement ça me paraît fort. On a perdu 70% du vivant en 40 ans, c'est incroyable. Il y a environ une dizaine d'années, nous consommions tous les jours 90 millions de barils de pétrole. Aujourd'hui, on en consomme 100 millions de barils. Ce qui veut dire qu'on sait ce qui se passe avec le changement climatique, nous sommes tous au courant, et nous faisons le contraire de ce que nous devrions faire. tout homme politique a comme mission de rendre heureux ses électeurs. Et de rendre heureux ses électeurs, c'est de bien sûr d'avoir la croissance maximum et de préserver le pouvoir d'achat et préserver les emplois. Et ça, c'est complètement en contradiction avec ce qu'on devrait faire aujourd'hui. Il faut qu'on apprenne tous, nous les pays riches, à vivre mieux avec moins. Et tant que la base, tant que les citoyens n'auront pas compris ça, quand on ne sera pas des millions dans la rue à manifester contre le dérèglement climatique, c'est nous qui avons le pouvoir, ce n'est pas les hommes politiques. C'est à nous de changer d'abord et de pousser les hommes politiques qui viendront avec nous. Il faut arrêter de dire que c'est la faute des hommes politiques, que c'est la faute des lobbies, c'est la faute de mon voisin, c'est moi qui est responsable. Qu'est-ce que moi je peux faire? Qu'est-ce que je peux changer? Donc on a tous très bien compris que décarboniser nos vies, c'est toucher à l'économie. Et aujourd'hui, dans ce moment avec le Covid extrêmement compliqué, je pense que la priorité, c'est préserver les emplois, sauver les emplois, sauver le pouvoir d'achat, c'est la première priorité. Vous savez, il n'y a pas de vaccin contre le dérèglement climatique. Il n'y a pas de vaccin, il n'y a pas un miracle qui va arriver pour tous nous soigner. Le dérèglement climatique est là. Les scientifiques nous parlent aujourd'hui de climat qu'on a eu pendant 20 000 ans. Qu'est-ce qui a changé dans notre monde aujourd'hui? La vraie révolution, c'est pas les avions qui volent dans la rue, c'est pas ce qu'on imaginait à l'an 2000, c'est la communication. Et en même temps, les réseaux sociaux de le monde entier nous montrent quel est le paradis dans lequel nous vivons. Quand vous vivez à Brazzaville, ou vous vivez à Addis Abeba, ou vous vivez au Nigeria, vous avez le paradis sur votre téléphone, vous n'avez qu'une envie, c'est d'y aller. Et quand le changement climatique va en plus vous permettre d'avoir moins à manger, moins de travail, eh bien vous viendrez chez nous. Je pense que la grande crise migratoire n'a pas encore commencé et que le monde va être bousculé d'une façon incroyable dans les 20 ou 30 prochaines années et il faut s'y préparer et on ne s'y prépare pas du tout. On pense que ça n'arrivera pas, mais il n'y a pas d'autre solution que d'accueillir ces gens. Le secrétaire général des Nations Unies a parlé d'une catastrophe imminente. On estime quand même qu'en 2070, si on continue comme ça, près de 3 milliards de gens ne pourront plus vivre dans les endroits où ils vivent aujourd'hui. Où est-ce qu'ils vont aller ces gens? Ils iront dans les pays riches, comme chez nous. En tout cas, la solution elle est assez simple. On devrait chaque année consommer 5% en moins d'énergie fossile. Est-ce qu'il est possible de décarboniser nos vies? C'est la chose la plus facile à faire. Et pourtant, ça va toucher notre économie, donc personne n'a envie de le faire. On a chacun une responsabilité. On a tous peur de la mort, on veut tous avoir une meilleure vie pour nos enfants. Voilà, de toute façon, on a tous la mission et le devoir de continuer d'essayer de changer le monde. Quoi faire d'autre? Être persuadé qu'on peut y arriver. Voilà. Et c'est pas prétentieux de penser que chaque citoyen peut changer le monde. On peut tous, qu'on soit architecte, qu'on soit boulanger, qu'on soit homme politique, qu'on soit chauffeur de taxi, on a le devoir et la mission de changer le monde, j'en suis absolument certain.
Before we get started, just one quick reminder that if you'd like to join in the conversation or help share the word today, we'd be delighted. Get involved using the hashtag #InvestingInClimateAction. So now, on with our first panel discussion, and it's a great panel that we've got for you today, focusing really on action that's being taken right now, today. And right now, today, Portugal is chairing the meetings of the European Union. And that means you, Mr. João Fernandes, are in the hot seat in the Environment Ministers' Council. Today's event describes this as the make or break decade. Why is it so important?
Hello to everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Well, this is really a crucial decade because if we want and we are committed to be carbon neutral by 2050, we have to do the best during the first decade because otherwise people who are on the street that Mrs. Tubiana showed to us will never believe that we are acting with a strong commitment and in the very good way. I'm right now in the Algarve in the south of Portugal, a place you can come anytime, but a place where the droughts are real severe and the adaptation is already a must. When we talk about climate change, we cannot only think on the next generations. The present generations are suffering already with climate change, and are the responsibles to change things in order to have a better world and a better planet in the near future. You know that the member states of the European Union are strongly committed with the Paris Agreement. The forthcoming climate, the negotiations in Glasgow at COP26 are really crucial. Our NDC is very ambitious. 5 years ago, and we fight a lot to have an agreement. We commit ourselves, we, the European Union, commit ourselves in a reduction of 40% of GHG gases before 2030. And 5 years after, we have a much more ambitious target. We are now committed in reducing those gases in at least 55%. So the spirit of Paris is really on the table, because Paris is supposed to, in each 5 years, to be more ambitious, and it's really what the European Union is making. We do salute the United States to come back to the Paris Agreement. It's really important, but the European Union don't want to lose the leadership in this process.
Minister, thank you for that. Mauro Petriccioni, as we saw in the setup film, the Commission calls this Europe's man on the moon moment. Isn't the reality that this is actually a lot more difficult? The bill estimated to be 18 times higher, and the effort will be needed to come across all sectors of society in many different countries, not just a few departments of the American government.
It is much more difficult. At the same time, when you use those figures, this is not the bill that's due. This is an investment. That's why we're here today. We're doing the right thing in terms of changing our regulation, creating the incentives or even the obligation to do the transformation of the economy that we need. We cannot promise it will succeed. What we are promising is that we are putting in place all the instruments that we need, and they ought to work. At the same time, we've also heard, everybody has to participate, everybody has to do their part, but all this requires investment. It requires investment in technology and requires investment in people. When we talk about innovation, we are creating the incentive for industry to innovate. We don't want industry to pay the carbon price. We want industry to innovate so they don't need to pay the carbon price because they will have decarbonized. And they're willing to do so, and they're willing to put their own money in it. What can we do to help them? What is the public investment that can trigger private investment? What is the public investment in research, in deployment of new technology, in de-risking the first deployment of a brand new technology? But then when we talk about just transition, when we talk about not leaving anybody behind, it doesn't mean subsidizing those whose jobs are going to be destroyed by the transformation. We're talking about investing in communities, investing in new skills, making sure that the people who change job can keep that job for the rest of their career and won't find themselves kicked out of a job in 10 years' time because climate change continues to advance and the transformation continues to advance, and we haven't thought about where would these people go. So investment, all the figures are stratospheric. But look, the money we need to keep our economy running is also stratospheric. We're adding to it, but not enormously. If you compare with the right counterfactual, what does it take to keep a modern economy going, or to keep develop a developing countries? The figures are stratospheric. The question is, where do we find them? How do we use them? How do we create the incentive for that investment to go in the right direction rather than what looks more profitable in the short term?
Thank you, Mauro. Turning to you, Samantha Smith from the International Trade Union Congress. Have a look at these statistics if you could. We're putting them up on screen now. But since 1990, the EU has reduced emissions by 25%, while GDP rose by 60%, decoupling growth from resource use. But that's over a period of 30 years. How confident are you that this can be done again? And what would you say to your members who are worried about the negative consequences of the disruption that might come with it?
Well, I think the first thing is that if we look at this massive increase in GDP, which is something we also see globally, that hasn't benefited working class and poor people. So going forward, like the first goal has to be a new social contract where we are sharing the profits of economies more equitably and not leaving them in the hands of a small number of people. That would be number one. I think the second thing is that we're in most countries around the world, also in Europe, we're digging ourselves out of an enormous jobs and unemployment crisis due to COVID-19. So this process of implementing the Green Deal, of financing the transition, getting a just transition has to be seen in the context of the millions of jobs that have been lost across Europe and that are still in danger as we wait for the crisis to ease. I think that on the technology level for the transition, I'm actually really optimistic. So I don't think there's any issue about technology. I don't think in Europe that there's any issue about the sort of big building blocks of how to decarbonize the society. Where I think we're falling short, and what we also hear from our members and say, is that there needs to be a much stronger emphasis on creating decent jobs and strengthening social protection. And that we are really not going to meet these targets unless we're able to have a decent jobs first recovery, not just beefing up people's skills, but also making sure that there are good jobs, that the Green Deal and this process of investment, that it answers the core questions that our members and all working people have. What are the new jobs? Are they good jobs? How do we get them? And what's going to keep us afloat as we come out of the crisis?
Okay, Samantha, thank you for that. Let's go to Ma Chun, the chairman of the Green Finance Committee in China. It's nighttime over where you are now. Thanks for being with us and staying up late. Europe wants to lead the world on this issue, but tell us, how does the rest of the world see it?
Well, I've been working with the European colleagues a lot in the past few years in many areas of sustainable finance. For example, back a few years ago, when the French central bank started this idea of creating a NGFS, which is Central Banks and Supervisor Network for greening the financial system. And I was in the Central Bank of China, and we discussed the funding of that network. And it was initially set up by a central bank, and now a country central bank, and now it's expanding to representing more than 80 countries. So this kind of network is very helpful in producing some consensus on how financial policies can promote the mobilization of financing for green and sustainable investments, and how transparency standards should be developed, and how cross-border investment should be facilitated. Just give you another example, IPSF, which is called International Platform for Sustainable Finance. That was initiated by EU back 2 years ago. Again, they approached us in China, and we're now working together on creating a working group on taxonomy, which will produce a common ground taxonomy based on the Chinese green standards and the European sustainable finance taxonomy. That kind of common ground taxonomy will able to facilitate smoother and lower cost cross-border transactions in the green space.
Thank you for that. We're turning now to the European Investment Bank and Christopher Hurst. One of the key aims of the Paris Agreement is to align the flows of finance with the climate agenda. Now, you're a senior figure at the EIB, which is now the EU's climate bank. What progress has been made in the past 5 years since Paris, and what do we need to see in the rest of this decade?
Well, thank you, Sean, for the question. I think the difficulty we have is that we are indeed in the middle of a very severe recession due to COVID. Economic activity is reduced and investment has been reduced as a consequence. So I'm not sure we can draw much from the recent statistics about financial flows to support climate action. I think the question we can rather ask ourselves is, are we setting the foundations for a green recovery? And I think perhaps the European Investment Bank is a bit of a metaphor for that process. You've heard that we are changing our strategy to become the EU climate bank, and and even though we have been involved in lending to support climate action for quite some years now, we lent 100 billion euros over the last 5 years. We've now taken the decision that we should have at least half of our business supporting climate action and environmental sustainability by 2025, and we estimate that should support of the order of 1 trillion euros of investment over this decade. You might ask, why only 50%? Why not 100%? Well, the reason is there's lots of investment that has nothing to do with climate that is still very important and valuable. And perhaps a good example is our recent investment to support the development of COVID vaccines and related health expenditures. But what is really key is that this other investment is what we call Paris aligned, which means that it is consistent with the trajectory that we want to have to get to zero emissions by 2050. We've already defined that for projects. You've heard that we will no longer fund fossil fuel supply. And you've also, and another example is that we no longer fund airport capacity expansion. We're now defining what that means for counterparts. Clearly, if you put a windmill on top of a coal mine, that is not a sustainable investment. And we're also a bank making long-term loans, so we want to make sure that our counterparts are there in the years to come. But I think the key point is Jan Artus-Butrand asked us the question, what can I do? What can each of us do? But at the end of the day, it's also for each organization, each business, each company, each institution to also ask itself what it can do and to adapt its strategy accordingly, as I hope that we've been able to do.
Thanks, Christopher. Now, you folks out there, please don't forget to join in the conversation and help spread the word using the hashtag investing in climate action. But I'd like to stay with you, Christopher, if I may, and come to a graphic which we're going to put up on screen now and take a look at some of the findings from last year's climate survey by the European Investment Bank. First, it suggested that some countries, interestingly Hungary, there's wide support for climate change to be part of the post-pandemic recovery. But in other countries, there's a much greater emphasis on a recovery by any means. Why is that? Is it possible to achieve a transition without a negative social impact, particularly for those places that rely on carbon-intensive industries?
Well, when I look at those statistics, what strikes me is, in fact, the extent to which there remains support for a green recovery, given the depth of the crisis that we're in at the moment. See, nearly 2/3 of the population in some of the largest EU countries, Germany, France, and Spain, still think that the green recovery should be the top priority. And even in the other countries, it's more or less 50-50 between those that support a green recovery and those that think it should be a recovery at any cost. And clearly, there's sections of the population that are concerned that there's a trade-off between the environment and growth. And we have to explain to them that that's not the case, particularly with renewable energy now being competitive with traditional sources of energy. We are able to have investment in energy that does not pollute. However, the question of social justice is a little bit more tricky for us to deal with. I mean, we've already seen in the past what happens to regions when industries leave. We've had iron and steel business move to Asia due to globalization in the last several decades. And we've seen regions that in Northeast England, Ruhr Valley, South Limburg, that all have suffered considerably from this transition and have felt left behind and abandoned. What's needed here is not energy investment, well, not only energy investment at least. There's need to support new jobs and new employment, and that it requires policies to support that, including training of the local population. But it's also important that we clean up the local environment, often quite contaminated in these regions, and we also create a welcoming urban space where people, including skilled workers, want to live and to stay. And by the way, these investments can also have strong benefits for adaptation and biodiversity if they're properly designed. I think the bottom line is that we have to continue to persuade people that really today, with the technologies that we have, that there is no trade-off between having economic growth and also having an environmental sustainability.
Thank you, Chris. And on that point, I'd like to bring in Matt June again. China's new 5-year plan does not include a formal GDP growth target. Is that in part a recognition of the economic costs of a green transition?
I think one of the intentions of not setting a growth target for the next 5 years is to ensure that the attention is given to high quality growth, which include decarbonization and improving the environment and many other aspects, including the social aspects. If you have a extremely ambitious growth target, you tend to give the incentive to local governments to overly emphasize short-term growth or short-term objective and at the cost of long-term quality growth.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. Mauro Petriccioni, there's a real possibility of discontent among significant groups around Europe. I mean, we've seen those yellow jacket protests in France, for example. Is there a danger for the EU that these dramatic policies agreed at a European level are going to fuel populist sentiments and contribute to the idea of an elite that are out of touch with life on the ground?
Well, if you push people hard to do something, don't give them the means to do so, and don't give them the alternatives, of course you're going to have protests. If you're going to tell people, don't drive your cars, you're bad for the world if you drive your cars, and you don't give them an alternative in terms of clean transportation, whether public or private, you're asking for trouble. Let me tease out a little bit something that Christopher Hurst said. If we take climate change and the climate transformation as one more priority in competition with priorities like economic growth, welfare, social justice, job creation, job preservation, I don't think we can succeed. But this isn't an alternative. The question is, we want all those things. We will not have any of those things in a world that's crumbling under our feet. So the question is not investing in jobs. The question is investing in green jobs. The question is not investing in industry. We want to maintain industrial production in Europe. The question is, does steel need to be made with coal? I come from a steel town. I come from the worst environmental disaster in Europe today, Taranto in southern Italy. With a steel plant that was the pride of the town, the pride of the country, and we've seen how it ended up. That is not necessary. It's not something we are condemned to. We have the technologies, we have the resources, we have the skills to change that. We have to bring them together. But we still need to cater, we still need jobs. We still need more social justice than we have. We still need to fight inequality. The question is how we do it. It's not whether we do climate change instead of all these things. If we don't make everybody persuaded that that's the way to go, those majority you mentioned in the graph will crumble. If you put it in these terms, those numbers are a lot higher everywhere in Europe.
Well, we've still got some tricky politics to negotiate on this. And Minister Fernandez, can I bring you back in here? How does this feel from the point of view of a member state with one of the better records on carbon? How tough do you think the European Commission needs to be with your colleagues who are perhaps struggling with their targets?
Well, I think that even if we have different positions, we have a commitment of reducing our emissions in at least 55%. And it's very obvious that if we have a common policy, each country have to do its own job. Portugal is honored to be the first country in the world who decide and commit himself to be carbon neutral by 2050. That's why we have already 60% of renewable share in electricity generation, and we definitely reach 80% by 2030. And in our Portuguese recovery and resilience plan, the climate things are really in the heart of this plan. I'm talking about the sustainable forest management, which is really important for adaptation, I'm talking about water efficiency, which is also very important for adaptation, but with lots of measures when we talk about mitigation, like the energy efficiency on buildings, the use of renewable energy sources like green hydrogen, which is really important, and the sustainable mobility, mainly in the two big metropolitan areas, which are really important to reach our goals.
Well, from Portugal, let's move back to China. And Matt, June, in what ways can Chinese-European cooperation help to bring finance and decarbonisation targets into line this decade?
I think many things can be done. As I mentioned earlier, one of the efforts we're making is to align our green and sustainable finance taxonomy. So cross-border capital flows between China and Europe can be made easier. And the second thing is really working on technology collaboration. China has developed a quite sizable industry in producing solar and wind equipment, but Europe is investing a lot in, for example, hydrogen and the storage facility. I think all these areas we can collaborate, and collectively we can lower the cost of production for renewable and many other green activities. And plus, I think the transition finance, which is a new concept, is becoming, I think, very attractive both in Europe and China. And we can certainly exchange ideas and best practices, and possibly collaborating on some of the transition finance projects, such as using transition bond and transition funds to take over some of the high carbon companies, including coal-fired power generation companies, and convert them or transform them into renewable companies within 5 to 7 years, and have them to retire their operation and end their carbon emission earlier than the design lifespan.
So plenty of scope there for cooperation, but perhaps Europe needs to move a little bit faster or further in some of these things. Mauro Petriccioni, could I invite you to take a look at this map from the Climate Action Tracker, which rates the policies of different parts of the world. And it's clearly showing that considerable parts of the world are behind Europe. Doesn't that suggest that if Europe, if it really wants to be a global leader, should actually be delivering far in excess of Paris?
What will be the point? Europe is 9% of world emission. The question is not whether some can compensate for others. Emissions are everywhere. Yes, China is the largest emitter, but perhaps close to a third. Europe is still very sizable. We will not be after our 2030 program. But other countries will start emitting more if we don't create a working model of a modern, developed, wealth and job creating society, which is also zero carbon. That's what we want to do in Europe. What is valuable, what we are doing, is we're doing our part. We're doing this for ourselves because it will improve the quality of life, the quality of work, the quality of economic activity in Europe. But what we are also trying to do is to be the first to experiment, to take the risk of seeing how does it work if you try to have a modern 21st century economy, zero carbon. And to be honest, when we first said that a bit more than 2 years ago, a lot of people were looking at us with great interest and great skepticism. What we've seen in the past few months with what UN Secretary General Guterres has called the birth of a net zero coalition, we are seeing that we are working together with our partner to go towards the same goal. Japan, China, United States, Canada, Korea, even South Africa, with all the trouble that the country is undergoing now because of the crisis. So the question is not who does more, who does less. The question is, we have a goal. Science is very clear. Science tells us the world has to be climate neutral as soon as possible in the second half of the century. To get there, developed nations have the responsibility to be first. And we want to be there in 2050. We're very happy to see our friends in Japan, in Canada, and the United States now saying the same thing. And the rest of the world has to follow very quickly. So when we hear China speak about 2060, that's the kind of announcement we want. Now, the next step is how do we get it done? That's our 2030 program. It's taken us a year and a half to set it up, and we are only now starting the legislative process. It's complex. We're waiting to see our friends and partners follow the same path. We see that you're having exactly the same discussion we've had. What does it mean to have a long-term goal, and how do you get there? So we're confident that we will see a lot more action around the world. So who does more and who does less? We're not going to fix this if some people say, okay, we're big, we're strong, we'll take the responsibility for everybody else. Think of Africa, 600 to 800 million people without access to electricity. Think if they power Africa with fossil fuels. All this is a waste of time. So we also have a responsibility to intervene now to make countries who are not emitting jump to a different level, different model of development that avoids going massively to fossil fuels.
Mauro, thanks for that. I'd like to bring back Samantha Smith if we could. I know we had a little bit of line difficulty there. I hope you've been able to hear most of what's been said over the past while, Samantha, because I'd like to get your reaction to what you've been hearing.
Right. Well, unfortunately, I haven't caught quite all of it because we did have some difficulties on the line. But I do have a few thoughts about what I have picked up. I mean, first of all, as we talked about, we have a very good start in Europe, in the sense that we have a lot of the building blocks. We have this commitment to collective action on financing to come out of the crisis. We have commitments as well to use a good chunk of that money for climate action. But where we're still lagging a bit, I would say, is definitely in the area of focusing on decent job creation and addressing the social impacts of the crisis and making sure that no one is left behind. The Commission is committed to just transition. What we see, however, is that getting a just transition, particularly in some member states, is going to require big investments that need to come anyway in modernizing industrial production and the power sector specifically. And when we make those investments as Europe, and when trade unionists are coming in behind the idea that transformation is going to happen and we support it because we know there will be good jobs at the end of it, we also need to have measures that make sure that those jobs stay in Europe. Because one of the things that's also happened during the crisis and is accelerating is, of course, this process of offshoring and outsourcing of industrial jobs. So from our perspective, a just transition in Europe that leaves no one behind, it has to take place on several levels. One is implementing the Green Deal not only at national level, but at regional level and down to the shop floor in every factory. Each worker should have a pathway to a new and decent job or to a dignified retirement. Two is that all of these plans need to be based on social dialogue. This is part of the partnership principle of the European Union, but it's actually the basis for just transition in the UN architecture that we have from the International Labor Organization. And three is that we should use the opportunities, the tools that we have, for example, in the financial taxonomy, in the delivery of these national plans, to add in the social pillar, the social elements that so far have been lacking. And we think that all of these, you have to do all of these things at once, but as I said in the opening, I'm actually pretty optimistic that we have the mechanisms to do it. We need more financing in the Just Transition Fund. We need probably policy measures directed at specific sectors and at particular countries in Central and Eastern Europe.
Well, Samantha, I'm glad you're optimistic about some of this, but you do mention funding there. And one of the places that does need funding, Christopher Hurst, is Africa and other developing regions. How specifically is your bank mission changed as a result of the climate commitments? Is the EIB's external activity as ambitious as what it does in the EU?
Well, the EIB is very active outside the EU. We lend the order of 7 billion euros a year to countries outside of the EU. And by the way, we have exactly the same strategy inside the EU as outside the EU, and we apply exactly the same standards inside the EU as outside the EU. Clearly, to support our partner countries is critical. It's there where many of the most vulnerable people are, and it's there that many of the biggest impacts will occur. I mean, already today we have tens of millions of people who are forced to leave their homes because of climate change. I think the statistic is that a person is displaced every second in Africa, and so if in that case already many families have had to move in just in the time that we've been here speaking, and that number could rise to hundreds of millions of people by the middle of the decade. So Africa needs investment, and it also needs to have innovative technology that is adapted to the local conditions. If we think of the power sector that was mentioned before, in fact, today, the total installed power capacity in sub-Saharan Africa is only 15% that in Germany. So much more investment is needed to develop power supply. And in fact, we still have 600 million people in Africa that have no access to electricity. So there is a burning need to have more power. But what is important is that African countries do not repeat the experience of industrialized countries when the power sector was developed in a very different world than we are today, and a very different understanding of the environmental consequences of what we were doing. So the traditional model is to build huge power stations, huge thermal power stations, and have huge networks, extensive networks, transmitting this power across large distances. In the world we're in today, we're in a very different model of having decentralized renewable energy, using actually also modern communications technology to control it. And this can go to the extreme decentralized level of having PV lanterns in the household.
Christopher, I'd like to stop you there for a moment, because I'd like to switch back to Samantha for a moment, just on this issue of changing the way in which energy gets created and distributed, because we've seen that China has been claiming an ever larger share of the global wind turbine and solar panel production, as well as pursuing advances in electric vehicles and many other green industries. Where does Europe fall in this global commercial race?
Well, so European renewable energy companies are actually some of the world's largest developers of renewable power around the world, basically all continents. So they've expanded from their home base in Europe to Africa, Latin America, and are trying to come into Asia Pacific. I think, I think the issue from our perspective as trade unions is that at home, European companies have often good labor standards. We have rights, for example, to co-determination as workers with management. We're in the boards of some of these companies, are working pretty closely with them in the home country. But when companies get outside of Europe, they forget everything that they know about labor standards, and they engage sometimes in a race to the bottom. So one thing that also we would hope to see with European public and private investment outside of Europe, and with the potential entry of European companies into countries outside of Europe, so we would like to see us take our European labor standards with us. And just to be clear, this is not only an issue in African countries or Latin American countries, but also European companies that are going to the United States are not necessarily taking all of their labor standards and approaches to unions and collective bargaining with them. So we see we see an opportunity to lift many boats at once. Both in terms of providing finance to countries for their transition and also for adaptation. We also see a big opportunity to lift boats in terms of people's rights, their labor rights, and their social rights.
Okay, Samantha, thank you for that. I'd like to move back to Minister Fernandez for a moment now, if I could, because action on climate change, very important. But what about biodiversity, which some are arguing, whilst it's a related issue, is an even greater threat than climate change? Should we be pursuing ambitious targets on that? This critical decade, is Europe going to rise to the challenge, and what about the rest of the world? Let's stick to Minister Fernandez first, that issue of biodiversity.
Well, in fact, we have very objective targets when we're talking about climate action from the point of view of mitigation. The temperature couldn't rise more than 1.5 degrees before the end of this century. And unfortunately, we don't have the same precise goals when we talk about biodiversity. On the second semester of this year, we have both the climate COP and also the biodiversity COP. And it's really important that we have also very precise goals when we talk about biodiversity. I think that the pandemic shows us a thing which is very obvious almost for anyone, is that it's impossible to discuss human health without discussing animal health and environmental health. So biodiversity will really be key in the next 3 years. We are, and let's just listen while we're talking about during this debate. Most of the time we talk about mitigation. We are talking about renewable energy. We are talking about sustainable mobility. We are talking about reduction emissions. But I'm quite sure that the next big issues to be discussed worldwide, it's really how to recover our biodiversity and how to regenerate our ecosystems. Those
Can I hold you
really
there? We are starting to run out of time on this panel, and we do have to put two very quick questions to you. And because we're running out of time, it's just going to be a simple answer, yes or no. I'm going to ask each of you in turn, will Europe rise to the challenge? Mauro Petrizioni, yes or no? And Christopher Hurst, yes or no?
Yes, we will.
And okay, Samantha, do you think Europe will rise to the challenge? And Majun? And Minister Fernandez?
Many other countries.
Minister Fernandez, yes or no? Is Europe going to rise to this challenge?
Well, definitely yes.
And sticking with you, Minister, what about the rest of the world? Are they going to go with it as well?
Well, we are the leaders of this process, but it's very obvious that no one can be left behind.
So, yes, I guess they have to. Mauro, do you think the rest of the world will go with this?
I hope so.
And Christopher, what do you think?
Yes, certainly. When you see photos like we saw from Jan Arthur's Bertrand, and those are on our news every evening, I think everybody will want to do that.
Majun, rest of the world, yes or no?
I think yes.
That's great. And Samantha, last word to you, yes or no?
It will be a struggle, but we're in it.
That's great. Listen, thank you so much. That's all we've got time for now. So to all our panelists, thank you for being with us. As we've heard, tackling climate change requires action now, not just in the EU and from policymakers, but right around the world and across all sections of society. One person who's already taking steps is 24-year-old Kenyan activist Elizabeth Wanjiri Watuti. Here's her story.
Today's decisions matter because the suffering is already happening. And while climate change may appear as a distant threat to the people living in the EU, I have witnessed the impacts at first hand. From the droughts and acute water shortages affecting over 200,000 people in my country, the famines and food insecurity, desert locusts invasion, floods, and even heat waves. So what do we need to do? First, we have to stop investing in fossil fuels. Not in 2030, not in 2050, now. Secondly, we have to scale up our investment in nature regeneration. Investing in nature-based solutions will awaken our imaginations in ways that emissions reductions are not able to. This is about the food we eat, the forests we walk into, and the bird songs that we get to enjoy. Every bare patch of land can be regenerated quickly, and every government, every company, and every family can definitely participate. Growing up in the woods has taught me that when you bond with nature, you develop a strong desire to protect nature. I have felt heartbroken witnessing deforestation at first hand, and the world seems to be taking notice, and we've seen investors, businesses and countries coming forward with commitments to decarbonize. And while these commitments send a really strong signal, it is important to note that what matters is the decisions that we decide to take right now. What we say yes to, what we say no to, and where we choose to invest our financial and human capital. When I founded Green Generation Initiative in 2016, I wanted to tap into the power of nature restoration on the ground while nurturing young people to love nature and to be environmentally conscious at a young age. This initiative focuses on inculcating a tree-growing culture among people for forest cover increment, and we do this through a campaign that I dubbed Adopt a Tree campaign to ensure that every child in every school gets a chance to plant and adopt a tree each in their school compound. And of course, this helps them also develop a strong bond and connection with nature. And in the process, the types of trees that we are planting are trees that are going to make a difference, because we also establish food forests in designated corners of the school compound where we plant mixed species of tree seedlings that are fruit trees. And at the end of the day, once these fruit trees are grown, they will not only help in boosting the country's forest cover, but they also help in facilitating and offering a nutritious source of food for the children to take at the end of the day. Food insecurity is one of the impacts that is directly affecting Africa as a result of the climate crisis. And we are also greening schools to send a message out there that you can be part of restoration from wherever you are, be it in the cities, be it in the places that are forested. You can be a part of the solution from wherever you are. We have continued to have an impact from this initiative, and we've been able to account to the growing of over 30,000 tree seedlings right now with a 98% survival rate as a result of the Adopt a Tree campaign. And this initiative has also continued to impact over 20,000 school children to be environmentally conscious. Nature is asking you to remember who you are and to stay true to her. And I hear some EU policymakers are debating right now on whether fossil gas should be classified as a green investment or not. Trees are green, but gas is not. And any of the children I work with will tell you that. So please don't let powerful interests cloud what you know to be true. And please don't waste valuable time that could be used for action, listening to the oil and gas industry's pleas for a cave-out. Nature doesn't do cave-outs. We are already in the middle of a crisis, and we must behave as if it is a crisis. So I urge all the leaders gathered here today to make the right decisions today, this week, and this year. Stop investing in all fossil fuels, gas included. Start investing in nature regeneration and turn towards life and away from the oil and gas lobby. Thank you.
Elizabeth Wanjiri Watuti there in Kenya. Now, to round up our session, I'm delighted to be joined by Ambroise Fayol, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, live from Paris. Mr. Fayol.
Thank you so much. Let me start by thanking our panelists and speakers for an excellent discussion. I am also particularly grateful to Elizabeth for her inspiring words. It is by hearing young leaders like her that I feel confident that we will in the end prevail in building a sustainable and inclusive future for all. But we cannot leave it to the younger generations only to take action. Actually, we need all to do our part and act now. The last few years have been remarkable in terms of climate policy in Europe and beyond. The European Green Deal is a landmark proposal, and as the President von der Leyen said, it is Europe's man on the moon moment. It sets the course for action in the next years, and if we hope to become carbon neutral by 2050. Several countries have followed suit with similar targets of their own, and seeing the US back in the front lines is also very positive. But as hard as it may be, committing to ambitious targets is the easy part. The real challenge lies in delivering against these targets with results on the ground. For EIB, our new climate bank roadmap also sets the course for our action until 2025 and beyond. And transformation into the climate bank of the European Union includes four main things that I think can sum up quite well the first leg of this event. First, we need to scale up and accelerate the green transition. For us, as a public bank, it means that we need to invest and mobilize significant volumes of green finance to facilitate the transition towards a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy in Europe and beyond. We need to use scarce public resources as efficiently as possible to bring the private sector along. Our experience with the European Commission delivering on the European Fund for Strategic Investments will serve us well as we gear up to scale up our action under InvestEU and NDG. Blending public and private finance will also be essential. As an example to illustrate this effort, I am pleased to mention that the EIB board approved earlier in the month our cooperation with Allianz to develop a fund of funds to mobilize capital for climate action in developing countries. Financial markets have evolved rapidly over the last years to allow green investment to flourish. Key innovations have emerged, focused around promoting green definitions and transparency of climate information. As a pioneer in the creation of the green bond market, EIB will continue contributing to its development, and we look forward to helping operationalize the EU taxonomy and the EU Green Bond Standard that will have strong positive impact on green finance. The second element of our transformation is the commitment that Chris Hurst also mentioned, as of January 2021, to align all our activities with the goals of the Paris Agreement. We need to make sure that our efforts to massively support green finance are not undermined by our other investments for cohesion, for SMEs, for health, or for education. We need to be consistent in our entire portfolio, including our intermediated financing, and even in our own internal activities and with our counterparts. It is vital that EU and national policies reflect similar objectives to encourage the private sector to design strategies that are in line with the net zero objective. For this, the application of the do not significant harm concept embedded in the EU taxonomy will be central. Third, we need to make sure that our economy can stand the negative effects of a changing climate. Extreme weather events are paying a heavy toll on our GDPs. The new EU adaptation strategy provides an appropriate course of action to stand up to this challenge. At the EIB, let's face it, we need to do more and to significantly increase our action on this front, and we will propose a new strategy to our board later in 2021. And last but not least, our transformation into the EU Climate Bank entails one more thing: the need to leave no one behind. The concept of a just transition for the regions, communities, and businesses most affected by the shift to a low-carbon economy and most vulnerable to the negative impacts of the changing climate is key for the success of our strategy. We look forward to playing our part in the deployment of the Just Transition Mechanism and other initiatives to make sure the transition is socially fair and acceptable to our citizens. Before closing, I want to stress one more point, which my colleague Teresa Czerwinska will cover in more detail in the next session. The transformation of our economy will depend on our ability to innovate and to scale and commercialize new solutions. Many innovations today are not progressing fast enough. We need to accelerate their deployment and boost the development of new disruptive technologies and services at the same time. This means to continue supporting as many good projects as possible, big or small, by providing patient long-term financing and taking a part of the investment risk. EIB and other public financial institutions can and must play a crucial role. As an example, the EIB's 400 million loan facility to Northvolt, a company that will manufacture some of the most advanced lithium-ion batteries in the world, is a great example of how innovation can drive decarbonization as this loan follows a demonstration project that was also supported by EIB. We also need to support smaller projects, for example, in the e-mobility or decentralized energy sector. In addition to projects, EIB also backs broader initiatives for the EU industry, such as the European Battery Alliance, and most recently, the European Alliance for Raw Materials. The EIB will continue to mobilize financing, including via risk-sharing instruments. The transformation to a low-carbon economy requires investment in fundamental technology change to make the transition to a greener industry possible in the time we have left. Climate action requires serious structural change, and it implies tremendous investment globally. So I look forward to the next topic where this issue will be tackled, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Ambroise Fayol, thank you very much. Now, that brings us to the end of our first session. We're going to take a break for about 10 minutes or so, after which Joe Coburn will be taking over to look at how the flows of finance around the world can be aligned with climate action. That just leaves me to say thank you again to all of our panellists and other contributors from around the world. And most of all, thanks to you for continuing to watch.
It had always been a high-risk strategy to invite over 100 world leaders to Copenhagen to bring a successful end to what have been fractious climate negotiations.
Copenhagen was one of the most difficult and frustrating experiences. To leave with no binding agreement felt like such a setback.
By late afternoon, it had all turned sour. The nightmare negotiators had feared come true.
I found myself voicing that doom and gloom at my very first press conference. An intrepid journalist asked me, "So, Ms. Figueres, do you think that the world will ever be able to agree to a global agreement on climate change?" And I found myself answering, "Not in my lifetime."
I will never forget the long days of negotiations in Paris in 2015.
That COP took place only a few weeks after the attacks on Paris, and hence in a very, very heightened environment.
Those final days and hours was intense.
We were working on adrenaline.
Especially on the final night.
We would not settle for an agreement that was adopted by consensus. We wanted an agreement that would be adopted by unanimity, leaving no country behind, because we knew that every country is being affected by climate change and every country has to be benefited by addressing climate change. So it did take quite a bit of maneuvering in those last few hours to get everyone on board.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
I was frankly in utter disbelief. It took me a few seconds. And then, as the reality sank, I jumped out of my seat, full of joy, but more than anything, with deep gratitude.
It was a resounding triumph for climate action and for multilateralism. The opportunity the Paris Agreement offered and still offers is extraordinary, but it is time critical.
And you saw what we did with our great administrator. You saw what happened last week with the so-called Paris Accord.
There have been moments I have felt very despondent. From some countries, there has been a lack of moral leadership.
We will never have outside forces telling us what to do and how to do it, believe me.
I found the decision by President Donald Trump to withdraw the United States from the Paris Climate Change Accord bewildering. By many accounts, the world is set to see its warmest 5 years on record and is not on track to meet agreed targets. We must redouble our efforts, and I'm glad President-elect Joe Biden has prioritized rejoining as one of his first acts.
We have actually started the decade pretty well. Corporation after corporation that has come forward to adopt net zero targets. The financial sector is also moving, and we also have a growing number of national governments that have come forward to say they also understand that it is in their self-lightened interest to adopt net zero targets by 2050. But it is still not enough.
The choice is radical change today or disaster tomorrow. My optimism is placed in humanity's capacity to embrace the former.
Impossible is not a fact. It is an attitude, only an attitude. And that attitude we can change. And changing that attitude to a determination, conviction, and ingenuity, we can cut emissions by half by 2030.
Hello, I'm Jo Coburn and welcome back to Investing in Climate Action, the Make or Break Decade. Brought to you by Project Syndicate in partnership with the European Commission and the European Investment Bank. Still to come, we have Christine Lagarde, the President of the European Central Bank. We'll hear from Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, and Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the IMF. We'll be joined by Werner Hoyer, President of the European Investment Bank, and Frans Timmermans, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, as well as John Kerry, the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate in the new Biden administration. But before that, in this session, a new green boom. We'll be drilling down on one of the key goals laid out by the Paris Agreement. That is how to align both public and private financial flows with the global climate agenda.
Biden is also planning to cancel the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline.
This is a gut punch for the Canadian and Alberta economies.
It's clearly an emerging finance market. It will grow, for sure.
Elon Musk is now the richest person in the world as of today, passes Jeff Bezos.
We'll be coming to our panel in just a moment, who will be answering those questions and more. But first, a reminder, do please involve yourselves using the hashtag Investing in Climate Action. And now, to kick off the session, I'm delighted to introduce Teresa Czerwinska, Vice President of the European Investment Bank.
While we already know a lot of what needs to be done to achieve our climate neutrality targets, knowing a lot is not enough to be wise, as Heraclitus emphasized. We need to be able to turn our knowledge into tangible and scalable actions. Innovation, as we know it, is not homogeneous. Breaking through technologies are rather a mixture of brilliant ideas, hard work, and well-tailored finance, oftentimes squared with the entrepreneurial spirit and luck. There are two main elements of well-designed innovation finance agenda, which I strongly believe can help viable ideas overcome the valley of death. Right financial instruments firstly. While we have only scarce public resources, the challenges ahead of us are enormous. Therefore, we need to be able to create sufficient incentives for co-investing for private market players, and the EIB has a strong track record in delivering investment alongside other actors, including the private sector. To date, internal analysis suggests that every euro of our green financing is associated with around 4 euros of additional finance from other sources. I would like to draw your attention to the two financial instruments which could add tailwind to our climate efforts. Not later than 3 months ago, we reached an end of the European Fund for Strategic Investments. EFSI was expected to mobilize 500 billion euro of investments between 2015 and 2020. We managed to mobilize 47 billion euro more. The success of the mandate stems from the very smart and efficient use of EU risk guarantee squared with the EIB's unique ability to mobilize private investors. Thanks to this collaboration, the EIB was able to expand its activity to more risky but also more innovative portfolio by as much as 30%. This business model can be further replicated under the forthcoming InvestEU program. The second novel instrument, which will also continue to play an important role in mobilizing private resources, are of course green bonds, pioneered by the EIB in 2007. We have now issued more than 33 billion euro in our green bonds to date, that is our climate awareness bonds, making us their largest multinational issuer. And we continue our work in this area by expanding the climate awareness bond eligible sector to encompass research, development and innovation, as well as selected low-carbon transport projects. This is where we can make a material difference. Secondly, advisory. Perhaps paradoxically, innovation finance is not all about money. Confidence comes from predictability, and predictability comes from good and well-prepared projects. You can't overestimate the value of a good advice in this respect. What I mean by good advice at the investment level is the assistance and expert knowledge deployed to national and local authorities, project promoters and financial intermediaries to develop and implement investment programs, to enhance their institutional setup or technical capacities, and finally, to improve the efficient use of EU funds. The EIB's current advisory portfolio includes nearly 1,000 assignments. The support ranges from sustainable transport through energy-efficient housing to floating wind farms that can unlock clean wind power for the dozens of countries whose coastal waters are too deep for traditional offshore facilities. We remain ready to scale up our efforts the advisory direction, to maximize the impact and chances of success at a project level. We are really at the critical moment in history to catalyze the green revolution. But green revolution will not succeed without innovation. I firmly believe that with properly designed financial architecture, along the two lines I've just mentioned, we can spur the new wave of innovative projects with the potential to move the world 2 or even 3 steps to full climate neutrality.
Teresa Czerwinska there, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Now, before we come to our panel, here's Mairead McGuinness, European Commissioner for Financial Stability, Financial Services and the Capital Markets Union.
In the EU, we want and need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030, on our way to becoming a climate-neutral continent by 2050. Now, that means a huge amount of sustainable investment from both the public and the private sectors. As Commissioner for Financial Services, I want to support the revolution in sustainable investment. The EIB, as the climate bank of the European Union, is helping to show the way forward. Our citizens expect great change, especially our young people, as we've seen over the past number of years with school strikes and protests. Indeed, the European Parliament has rightly called the situation what it is, a climate emergency. The private sector is showing a growing commitment to making practices and activities more sustainable. The Paris Agreement recognises the importance of finance. So what can we do as policymakers in financial services to help? In the European Union, we want to provide a comprehensive framework for sustainable investment as a key part of the European Green Deal. We will provide the tools and incentives to channel the demand for sustainable investment in the right direction, to help companies and investors know what is green, to avoid greenwashing and enable the transition towards sustainability. We have a number of tools already in place and more are being developed. First, we're committing to develop an EU taxonomy for green economic activities. It will provide a common definition of sustainable activities, giving clarity to companies and investors about what they need to do in concrete terms to meet the EU's green targets. The Commission is also working on a proposal for an EU green bond standard based on the EU taxonomy. The aim is to create a gold standard based on market best practice available to all green bond issuers on a voluntary basis. This standard will give issuers of high-quality green bonds a reliable way to show their environmental commitment. We'll also adopt an EU eco-label for retail investors so that they can clearly find credible financial products by the end of the year. Finally, transparency is a key part of sustainable finance, so investors, companies and the wider public know what companies are doing about sustainability. We'll propose an updated non-financial reporting directive to strengthen sustainability disclosures by corporates. As policymakers, we also need to make sure that public investment plays its role alongside private finance. The EU Invest programme aims to mobilise private finance for the EU's priorities. Our aim is for 30% of the investment mobilised to contribute to EU climate goals. We're counting on the EIB, national promotional banks and international financial institutions to help us reach this target. So we've taken a lot of action already in just a few years, but a lot more still needs to be done to accelerate our efforts in this make or break decade. We are already experiencing the effects of climate change and environmental degradation. These present risks that are not yet reflected in our financial system. We will need a huge amount of investment to recover from the COVID crisis, an opportunity to build back better for a greener and fairer Europe. But of course, Europe cannot work in isolation. We need a global transition. All of these reasons are why we are developing a renewed sustainable finance strategy to be published by the middle of this year. It will provide a coherent strategy, bringing together our existing tools with additional action to step up our ambition. And we'll focus on empowering companies to transition to sustainable activities. I look forward to working with all our partners, the other EU institutions, the EIB, the private sector, to make the European Green Deal a reality. Thank you, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion in your panel.
That was Mairead McGuinness, European Commissioner for Financial Stability, Financial Services and the Capital Markets Union. I'm now delighted to introduce our guests for this panel. Oliver Beta, Chairman of the Board of Management of Allianz. Ayla Cravey, Director of Capital Markets at the European Investment Bank. Fiona Reynolds, CEO of the Principles for Responsible Investment. Irene Tinali, MEP, Chair of the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs of the European Parliament. And Martin Fairvey, Director General of Economic and Financial Affairs at the European Commission. Welcome to all of you. Now, just one more reminder before we get started that we'd love you to join the conversation, so do please get involved using the hashtag #InvestingInClimateAction. Fiona, I'm going to get you to start, if you don't mind, to comment on a graph that we're going to be showing everybody, and it reveals the growth of sustainable asset funds in Europe, which have gone from around 100 billion euros a decade ago to over $1 trillion last year, including a huge increase last year when the global economy was consumed by COVID-19. In your mind, what's behind this?
Well, I think there's a couple of things, Joe. First of all, I think that this has been a trend that has been continuing for a number of years.
Right.
In some ways, I like to think about the history of responsible investment much like the history of the PRI. So we started in 2006 with 86 signatories, and we've now got 4,000 who have over 100 trillion in assets under management. But I would just want to say that the largest part of that growth has really come in the last 5 years. And I think that there were some key turning points. So the Paris Agreement being one very important turning point,
yes,
where the private sector, where investors now felt that governments around the world had committed to get to net zero by 2050, and that they then had a bit more certainty. I mean, there's more certainty needed, but they knew where things were going. And then within the same year, we also had the Sustainable Development Goals, again, that governments around the world had signed off on and committed to. And this was a real impetus in the market that we've definitely seen.
Ayla, do you agree with that analysis, and also the point that actually much of this trend had started sort of pre-pandemic, or do you think the pandemic has absolutely accelerated people's views towards risk, for example?
Well, thank you. I think it has started quite a few years ago, and here I have to say that I think that the financial world was here somehow a bit ahead of the political agenda globally. I think it's very difficult politically to get all the different governments in different parts of the world lined up behind the same ideas, but financially there has been much more lining up already several years ago. So I think this is not new, but the pandemic has certainly put a different gear, if you like, into the sustainable finance. And of course, what we saw last year is that whereas we had been previously very, very focused on environment and even within environment on climate, we are now looking wider. We are looking at things also from the social point of view, and we are seeing how all this actually belongs together. You can't see environment without social, vice versa. Pandemics has got a very close link to the environmental factors and so on. I would say that it is something that has started many years ago already, but I think finance took it up earlier, and now I think we have got the political agenda pretty much aligned as well.
That's interesting, Irene. Do you agree that politics has played catch-up, if you like, in the way that Ayla has expressed it? The finance was aligned and along has come the politics behind it.
Well, actually, in politics, this has also been a very, very hot topic. Of course, when it comes to push forward legislation, it's complicated. There are processes, but definitely this has been a key topic in political activities, both at European level, at many national levels. And let me also remind, for instance, the first act of the current commission was to promote a Green New Deal that we pushed in 2019, so before the COVID-19 crisis. We had already tried to operate on other aspects to improve, for example, information disclosure in the financial sector. We had been working on the taxonomy, which was actually, the regulation was approved at the end of 2019, and we are now working on the delegated acts to really make it fully operational. So, and these, of course, are the results of long processes and long political debates. So it's not something that happens, from one day to the next. So, but definitely what happened in recent years was a push for us as well, definitely.
Right. Well, I mean, Oliver, Allianz is one of the largest asset management companies in the world. Do you think there is a sort of twin track, if you like, sort of finance on the one side, politics on the other? And do you need each other in order to make the sort of progress that's expected?
A very good question. We actually need three, because we still have what we call the real economy that has to change. So finance can only help, and we were often seen, and in fact we were the problem, because the financial markets, as we've seen the last 20 years, haven't done a particularly great job to support social or other issues, and now we are ahead. So what we really need is public-private partnership in the sense that we talk, and thank you for inviting me today. I think I'm the only private sector representative today.
You're very welcome.
And the
We're
second
pleased to
one
have
is
you.
we need the action that we've heard before, which is, yes, things are complicated, but our children have too. They are sick and tired to wait and hear answers, both from business and politics. It's complicated, it takes too long. They have no time. We're killing the planet, so you need to speed up.
Right. Well, it's interesting that you're being pushed there by the children. Quite right, too. But Oliver, on that point, is there still a perception in the world of finance that environmental action will somehow not be good for profits?
Yes, and we have, both on the political side, as we saw earlier, certain presidents that don't want to listen to the facts. And we also, in the finance sector, have people that typically are older than 50 and are male, typically, that think they can do without it. The good news is we have now net zero commitments for more than 50% of global GDP. More than 50% of global GDP has committed to net zero. And it's actually 60% of greenhouse emissions that have said we're going net zero. So we are over the hump, but we're not there. What we now need in order to really make progress is to have measurable data so the financial markets can assess progress in real time. So we dramatically need to speed up disclosure. Just to give you an example, the EU taxonomy, which is really good, however, only 2% of the top European companies are publishing according to these things, and then we give them a decade of transition. We don't have that. We need to get ESG data out very quickly, particularly on climate, and we shouldn't give people too much time because we have been, again, talking too much.
Right.
So getting the rules out, making the public companies comply to them, and then we can invest. Second, and let me finish on this one, is not just about putting the money into innovation and technology, but we need to put the money into the transition. So the brown industries need money to make the transition. So just disinvesting would not solve the problem. We made this mistake in Germany when we decided to get out of nuclear and we let this industry stranded. And now it will take us until 2100 to deal with the aftermath of it. So need to be very clever in making sure that we help to finance also the transition for the difficult industries.
Right, I'm going to get Ella to respond to that. And Martin, I will come to you in just a moment about the sort of policy response, if you like, from the EU. But Ella, can you do those things at the EIB, the sorts of things that Oliver set out?
Well, we certainly can, and we do. And I think it's also, we cannot force people to invest. We can only finance what somebody else decides to invest. But I think that is absolutely correct. And there has been very much focus on all the new building new wind farms, building new zero carbon housing or real estate, commercial real estate, and so on. But we also have to, exactly like Oliver said, we have to bring up the old existing installations, whatever they are, is real estate or industrial, up to the levels that we can live with. And housing is a simple example. We are not going to tear down all the existing houses and buildings. We have to make them better and more energy efficient. So this is a sort of everyday example. This just needs to happen on a massive scale and in industry, and also including the hard-to-abate industries.
Right. Well, so Martin, how is the EU, how are policymakers actually going to try during the recovery from the pandemic to achieve some of these green goals?
Yeah, thank you very much. No, what policymakers are doing is we're moving on two tracks. On the one hand, it's setting the regulatory framework right, and Commissioner McGuinness has talked about that. But in addition to that, the Union is providing very significant funds to help businesses to make the transition. InvestEU was already mentioned before, but I would like to mention on top of that the Recovery and Resilience Facility. It's the recovery plan of the Union. Through this facility, 670 billion will be made available, and 37% for green investment. And just to say that I very much agree that this is not only about making the new technologies prosper, but it's also about the transition, helping people and businesses to make the transition, and that we do with these funds.
Right. I mean, I don't know what the panel thinks about those sort of aims and the facility that the EU is actually putting forward. Fiona, is that the sort of scale that is needed?
Well, I think that they're really important points about the whole transition. One thing that I would just wanted to make a point about, though, is when you put up the slide in the beginning, you showed about the growth and it's really about the growth in how people classify their funds as sustainable. But picking up on these other points, at the end of the day, what it really is about is actual investment moving. That's what really matters. And that isn't happening at the speed that's required. Just as a quick example, a milestone of 1 trillion in cumulative green bonds was reached in December 2020. But what we need is more than 1 trillion in annual green investment. And again, investment is not happening to the level or the speed that's required. And I think we have to keep that in mind, because you can start to think, oh, there's all this money in sustainable finance, but that's a classification. And I think that it's really important. On investment, for the transition that people were talking about, one thing that we launched this week through Climate Action 100+. So Climate Action 100+ is the biggest ever investor to corporate engagement that's ever happened. So there's 500 investors, there's 50 trillion in assets under management. And really the initiative is about getting net zero targets from the 100 largest emitters in the world, disclosures in line with the TCFD, and understanding the governance, what's happening at the board. And 4 years on, we've produced this first benchmark. And it really allows us to assess those commitments, so the commitments that companies are saying that they're making. And although there's been some really good progress on long-term ambitions, most companies are still a long way off a true pathway to net zero emissions. So out of the 159 companies in the benchmark, none of them have fully disclosed how they will achieve their goals to become net zero businesses. So I just want to stress that while we're heading in the right direction, from the private sector, there's still a long way to go, and this is why we need government assistance, policies, disclosures.
Right, Irene, listening to that, what can you say to Fiona to reassure her that it's going to move at the sort of speed that is necessary? I'm going to pick up actually with Oliver about this idea of sort of classifying sustainable finance and what it is.
Absolutely, we need to support investments, but that's exactly what we have, trying to do with the RRF, for instance, because we decided that the biggest chunk of all the money and resources we were putting into the recovery would be channeled to support a transition that was actually our objective even before the COVID crisis. So making sure that we are not losing track of what is our final objective and putting in place all the instruments to support investments, to have public investments, but also to crowd in private investments at the same time by giving certainty with the tools like the taxonomy. And on this regard, I would like to remind, for example, that inside the taxonomy, we have 3 different categories. So we have the sustainable, the transitioning, we have the enabling. So we want to channel resources towards everything that can support the transition. One last point, if I may. Sometimes there are resistance in communities to make this transition, not because there is resistance or something against the environment or climate, but because there are fears of the impact that could have on societies, on workers. So there are big social aspects related to the environmental transition that need to be taken into account. And this is what we are trying to do in Parliament. That's what we have also tried to do in RRF, putting a social sustainability together with environmental sustainability, so people are not afraid of transitioning and we can really speed up the process.
Right, when you're talking about those communities, and of course they're very important, they're your constituents right across Europe, but what are the tangible things that you are doing to persuade people that they should embrace these changes, this transition in the real economy?
Well, because there are risks associated with not doing this transition. So there are several types of risk, and that's why what we are trying to do, to persuade communities that we need to do what is good for the planet, but also what is good for the economy. There are business models that will be updated, and this will eventually lead to social problems if we don't prevent these problems, if we don't accompany the transition. There could be physical risks, for example. So there are areas or sectors who will be physically damaged by the climate change, and these will have an impact on communities as well. So that's what we are trying to do, trying to explain the real risks that are related to the climate change, related to the real economy and people's lives.
All right, and we'll come back to that in just a moment. But first of all, Oliver, I just wanted you to pick up a point that Fiona made, which is about disclosure, about the private sector actually being fully transparent about how they're going to achieve their goals in terms of sustainability and the environment. It's one thing setting them and saying it, but without seeing and having full disclosure, it's not possible, is it?
No, and you have to, and you can't wait until 250 and then find out you don't make it. No. So Fiona is totally right. So under the leadership, by the way, of the UN and the UN General Secretary, we have an association called the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. It's pension funds, sovereign funds, insurers like us, where we are chairing the group. We have now 5.5 trillion under management. And every member, by the way, we just won our first Asian member, Daiichi in Japan, has committed to have specific achievements and targets for 2025. So we're not waiting for 2050. And it's very important to have very clear targets. By the way, they're fully consistent with the 2030 55% for Europe. The real issue, as Fiona said, is number one, to avoid greenwashing. Everybody's relabeling sustainability, so we need to have very strict standards, but also to make sure that we do invest. I want to pick up a point from the lady that was on TV before to talk about we need investable projects. We have enough money. By the way, I don't think we even need all this debt. You know, we have savings rates north of 20 to 25% in Europe now. We have enormous amounts of money that the ECB is printing every day. So money is not the problem. The problem is proper investment in innovation at scale. Let me give you some numbers. In order to make the transition to net zero, we need the incredible amount of 28 trillion euros until 2050. What does that mean? Because it's an unheard of number. It's 800 billion every single year. Every single year, that's 4% of GDP and 25% of annual investment in the Eurozone. So we have to have 25% of normal investment in the Eurozone going into sustainability. That's unheard of. So if we don't take bold policy action, if we don't incentivize it properly, it's not going to happen. So we need to move from ambition to impact.
Well, on that, I'm just going to show you a couple, or in fact, one graph and then a quote underneath. Martin, I'd like you to comment on it. So the first is from the European Fund and Asset Management Association. It shows the percentage of assets in Europe that have followed some form of professed environmental selection strategy. That's now nearly half. But if you look at the quote from the same organisation saying how a wide variety of sustainable investment approaches are followed, demonstrating the need to exercise caution about the true size of the market. So can we actually trust the numbers we see about green investment?
Well, I think what this very clearly shows is that there is actually a need for public action to set standards, to be clear on reporting standards, etc., and all the things that Commissioner McGuinness was mentioning as part of the sustainable action plan of the Commission. So indeed, I think there is this very, very clear need for standardization.
Right, but then from your perspective, if this is the make or break decade, what regulatory changes and policy initiatives are needed right now to ensure that those 2030 targets are achieved?
I think again, it's a combination of things. So first, it's very important that there is now clarity on a target. I think markets need a sense of direction. This is very important. Then we need to create these framework conditions. So we need to have clarity on the labeling, on the taxonomy, on the risk reporting, and that allows then the private sector to do the investment in the right direction. And then on top of that, we need also public investments, but also public reforms or reforms of the sectoral reform to make the economy greener.
All right. Well, then how does the EIB, Ella, itself determine what a green investment actually is?
Well, we have already said that since we label ourselves the climate bank of the EU, that yes, we will follow in our green environmental definitions the EU taxonomy. Of course, this is still in the development, and while it is in the development outside the climate area, then we will use the criteria that have been agreed with the multilateral banks in common. And then as the taxonomy evolves, we will take those definitions. Instead, some of them are probably a little bit stricter. So we welcome the fact that there will be clearer definitions, because it makes things easier. I mean, it doesn't make easier in the sense that, of course, some of those requirements are quite strict, but they have to be strict, because if the timeline is put to 2050, it is what it is. This is science-based. But it makes things much more comparable. And I think it also, for lots of actors in the private side especially, I should imagine that it decreases the risk of reputational matters, because you don't need to guess yourself where the threshold has to be put. There is somebody who has told you that this is where you need to be, science-based, in order to be aligned to the 2050 zero target. So we are taking them on board, and I think I should hope that many other people will as well.
Right, Fiona, you wanted to respond.
I just want to talk about some of the things that, from our perspective, that investors need. So first of all, investors need a little bit more certainty and predictability. And we need to ensure that EU policies, and not just sustainable finance policies, are aligned to the EU's 2030 and 2050 targets. And that includes finalising and adopting an ambitious EU climate law. But we've mentioned the taxonomy a couple of times. And I think the other thing that's really important is that as the taxonomy is being finalised, that we're preserving the environmental integrity of the taxonomy so that markets can trust it. It really needs to remain based on scientific evidence to be really credible for investors. And we also need to integrate the taxonomy further into public spending and investment. Investors want to see the EU holding itself to the same standard that they are being held to. And I think the other thing that we need is international cooperation. Working in capital markets, investment flows obviously globally. Globally, we invest around the world. And now that we have the Biden administration in and the US seems willing to move, I think the EU needs to play a very significant role with the rest of the world so that we can get some harmonisation.
Martin?
Yeah. Now, first on the point of applying taxonomy to public expenditure. No, it's clear that we need to take inspiration from that, while taking into account that the nature of public expenditure is not necessarily the same as the nature of private expenditure. So, but the overall direction we need to try to align it as closely as possible. Now, secondly, on the international cooperation, I couldn't agree more. In the end, 80% of greenhouse gas emissions are outside of the EU. So the only way to get to something is if we do it together. Now, clearly, under the Italian presidency, the climate is back number one in the G20. It features very high now also on the agenda of the G7 and other international fora, and rightly so.
Right, and do you think that'll make a big enough difference, Irene?
Sorry?
Do you think that will make a big enough difference? It's just sort of leading the political campaign in the way Martin has outlined. Will that really turn into international collaboration and cooperation on this?
Well, of course, this is not unilateral, but I think this is going to be a big push, and hopefully with the new, international scenario, with the new Biden administration, I think this could be a favorable combination of factors, and I think that it can really boost and provide, how can I say, an acceleration. Compared to what we saw in the past few years. I mean, that was really worrying. So hopefully we can now, catch up and push again the issue on the agenda. I mean, we absolutely need it.
Can I just go back to the issue with you, Irene, also, before I go back to Oliver, on disclosure? Because the EU Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation went into force this month to mandate more transparency in corporate disclosures. What difference do you think it'll make?
I mean, this is fundamental. I mean, we have been debating this, the importance of data, the importance of transparency. And this is not simply for, transparency's sake, but it's the informative power that comes with the transparency. Knowing what is happening, knowing, being able to have standards, being able to evaluate the impacts, putting a price to risks, all of this requires better and more information. So the disclosure is based on ESGs, and this is very important, and this will allow us really to make progress on different dimensions of sustainability. And this is the prerequisite. It's not just for transparency's sake. I just want to stress how important it is to make this step forward that we were talking about earlier. So create standards, create more information that allow us to put a price on certain risk and better evaluate them, incorporate them in the strategies, incorporate them in the monetary policies. On all accounts, we need more data and reliable data and information.
Right, Oliver, how would you... Right, sure. I mean, how would you grade it, Oliver, the sort of current mix of government-written standards on these sorts of issues and the metrics that need to be used?
Yeah, we have heard a lot about it. I think we have made a good first step, but the rules that just been published only apply to about 6,000 companies in the EU, so a lot more has to happen. Now, we are often underestimating our power. Let's think about the United States. If the EU decides, for example, to have a carbon tax, a real one, and a carbon tax on the border, it will change the world because we're the biggest economic zone on the planet. Only if, even if we only consume 20% of the CO2 emissions, we have the power to change things. And therefore, people are nervous about us doing it, and we should do it. The same thing on disclosure. Let's set the standards, let's implement them now, and people will follow. Now, there is a third requirement. We should mandate that all public and private investments over time have to go into a sustainable way of investing. So to my big surprise, there are huge sovereign wealth funds in Europe, most important Norske Bank and others, that are making all their money with oil and fossils, but they're not forced to invest in net zero sustainable way. So I think the political leadership has to step up and say, how come that public pension funds are not net zero committed? There are trillions of money that is not yet there, and I think that has to happen now, and you can make the difference.
Right, and who are you thinking of, I wonder? Martin and Ayla, I get you to respond. Does there need to be more robust political leadership to make sure that that happens, or rather, that banks are not investing in fossil fuel?
I want actually to comment on this.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead,
Sorry,
Ayla.
Martin. Go ahead. Yeah. The graph you just showed that 45% of investment has got some kind of ESG screening criteria. I think that number is misleading in the sense that usually when one talks about some kind of ESG criteria, one also includes the very basic exclusion criteria, which means that the investor doesn't invest in arms or tobacco, gambling, etc. This is not the ESG criteria. These are moral choices, which is quite different. It still allows you to invest in a very polluting company, in a company which is treating its labor force badly, etc., etc. It does not really, who has got a bad governance. It is not ESG investing if you really want to put it down like that. So I think we have further to go than that 55% in that sense. That's what I wanted to remark here.
Martin?
Yeah, I was going to say I'm clearly not a politician, but just an observation. I think the politics is moving, the speed at which things are moving is accelerating very much so, certainly also under this commission. But it's also clear that we're not at the end of the road. But important steps are being taken, but no doubt that more needs to be done.
No, of course, you're not a politician, but thank you for that observation. Fiona, can I get you to comment on something Irene said a bit earlier, which is trying to ensure that the environmental element of ESG doesn't come at the expense of the social?
It's absolutely crucial. And I mean, I think you talked about it a little bit before, Joe, about the whole issue is that we will not be able to get the climate plans that we want if we don't think about the social issues. The two have to go together. I've just come back from Australia because I'm Australian. I live in London. In Australia, there is no 2050 commitment that's been made yet. One of the reasons is because it's a heavy fossil fuel country. Now, you can't go to the people and not have a plan about how you are transitioning those workforces, because that just means that people are not going to vote for change. So we need to make sure that the communities and the workers in fossil fuel sectors are not left behind. We can't make the mistakes of the past. And I think if we can show workers and show communities what is going to be happening, what is the plan for them, then we will take them along with us. But we can't leave the workers of the world, being the people who pay the ultimate price, for climate change, that everyone else is taken care of. The private sector, governments looking after things, that corporations are taken care of, but the people at the end of the chain aren't. That will be a tragic mistake.
Right. Well, Irene, can you do that? Can you guarantee to any extent that the workers, in the way that Fiona has described them, won't be left behind? They won't be used in that sense and sacrificed over the altar of trying to fight climate change?
That's the effort that we have put when we were discussing, for example, the RRF regulation. We try to put a lot of effort in defining, social sustainability, in putting forward investments to strengthen the social pillar, a lot of resources for upskilling, reskilling, together with what we did when we promoted, for example, the Green Deal. Even within that package, there was the Just Transition Fund with the resources for the workers that were employed in sectors that were going to transition. So we are trying to do this and accompany this as much as possible. But it's true, we have to be very honest that on the social part, we are not moving at the same speed that we are moving on the environmental one. So, for example, we would have liked to have something very similar, like a social taxonomy, pretty much in the same way we are now implementing the environmental taxonomy, but we are not there yet. So I think personally that we should try to put a little bit more effort into that, also because there is an interest, even in the financial sector. We've seen increasing not only environmental and environmentally sustainable products, but also an attention to social like social impact projects, bonds that go in that direction. So I think that there is a market for that, and so I think there are all the conditions to push also and to speed up on that side as well.
OK, this is a good time to remind people, don't forget to join the conversation and help spread the word using the hashtag investing in climate action. I'm just going to show you all this map, which is coming up. The European Central Bank is currently conducting an economy-wide stress test to assess the exposure of euro area banks to future climate risks. And these are the areas it's highlighted as being at risk. Now, it may be useful information, but is it really the role of central banks to get involved in the fight against climate change? Ayla?
Well, obviously, I'm not a central banker,
No.
as Martin was saying. I'm not a central banker, but I think it's central bank's mandate is usually defined in one way or the other related to the financial stability. And I think if you see that, for example, in the banking system, you have plenty of financing going on to that kind of activities which have this risk of destabilizing the economy, having huge quantities of stranded assets and so on. This is about financial stability, and I think this is the way central banks start to see these things increasingly. So it may not be a central bank's mandate to think about environment directly, but indirectly, when we are talking about things on this scale that we are right now, it becomes a financial stability matter.
Right. I mean, Fiona, are there specific areas where central banks definitely should intervene and others where they shouldn't?
Well, look, I think that the central banks really have a unique role in the financial system, and they are role models for other actors in the financial sphere. So what they do is important. And I know that they're increasingly aware of the risks and opportunities of ESG factors, both from a supervisory and government reserve management perspective. The momentum is definitely growing regarding the possibility for the ECB to include climate-related decisions into monetary policy, though. For example, conditioning its assets purchase program to climate-related conditions, or by integrating ESG criteria in collaterals accepted in banks' refinancing operations. But I do think that central banks must go further and move away from market neutrality and have a forward stance on climate and sustainability. Change in the financial system really has to encompass both the private and the public system, and that's the most effective way for getting market framing. I think starts at the very top. So that role is important.
OK, well, Oliver, just like the post-2008 period, green stress tests could be extended, couldn't they, beyond traditional banks to other leveraged institutions as well? I mean, in your position as chairman of the board of management at Allianz, would you support this form of regulatory action?
Yes and no. I agree with most of what I've heard today, but since I'm a liberal, I'm a bit concerned that we are making our central banks the factual political leaders of our system. And as a Democrat, I have increasing problems that I've been told by the central bank of how to run our countries and our lives. So I would like to put, at some point, we need to have a discussion on what they should do and should not do. I think they're filling a vacuum that political leadership has left, but it's a different discussion. Now, environmental risks are real, and they are real for the financial system. And I'm glad that somebody just said that the central bank should manage financial stability, because at the moment, and my critique, everybody knows, I think we're spending too much attention on buying bonds and printing money rather than protecting financial stability. So from this standpoint, I'm very happy that we're looking at it. Now, on a serious note, it has been our business for 131 years to look at environmental risk. And I'm sorry for the very staunch position on that. I love when banks think about it, but maybe you ask the people that have this as their business on how to think about these risks and model them. Because when we talk to a lot of people, they're well-intended, but often the implication of what these risks do and how they should be financed, the know-how is not really there. So the European Strategic Risk Board, which, by the way, Madame Lagarde also shared, should be listening more to people that are from the non-banking sector, particularly those that do it every day.
Well, I hear you. Martin, I'd like to get your response to some of what you've heard there, but also what's next on the European Commission's agenda?
No, first on the central bank. No, I think given the importance of climate change, I don't think central banks have any other option but to get engaged. It determines the way our economy runs. It will have an impact on how the relation between the economy and prices is going to work. It has an impact on the risks, and central banks are involved in the supervision of that. So there is. So there's no way around it. Now, where to draw the line exactly, I think that is something also first and foremost now for the central bank itself to get a view on, and then maybe to have a broader discussion on it. Now, what is next on the European agenda? Now, I think the Commission has laid out a long work program. Which deals with several regulatory initiatives. Several strategies have been tabled, but what is next on my agenda as part of the Commission is very much the implementation of the RRF. This is going to be extremely important for climate, but also for the broader recovery in Europe, and I can say at least my attention is focused very much on that at the moment.
OK, well, look, despite all the progress that's been made, and we've talked about that over the past decade, you've all broadly agreed that there is much, much more to do. As we can show you, this estimate from the US-based Climate Policy Initiative shows. I mean, what are the next sort of biggest ideas on the agenda for closing the gap? Ayla?
Yes, that's a big question. I think, first of all, one has to say that not, of course, just what is labeled climate finance, it doesn't tell you the whole story, because climate finance tends to be the big amounts and the big movers. There's a lot going on at the more grassroots level, which doesn't get into these statistics, but that doesn't change the fact that plenty more is needed. I think it's investment in general is needed to be encouraged. And then we have to see that what investment is done, it goes over the threshold, which can become green and environmentally sustainable in the longer term. So right now, for example, this work that is going on in the EU taxonomy, it doesn't outlaw anything, it doesn't forbid anything. It's basically saying that if you claim to be green, this is where you should be. The rest is, of course, for the politicians and policymakers to say how much one should then enforce this. But I think the one key factor is that when things become much more transparent, that will also push things around much more rapidly. And one thing which we haven't really touched is this. We are now talking about green and green disclosures, and that's all very good. But there's one piece missing here, which is the, let's say now colloquially brown. This is not the official term, but when we get the definitions, what is considered as brown, central banks will be very interested, investors will be very interested, because this is the risky stuff. Everybody has been saying, or the central banks have been saying now for years that yes, but this green bonds, green loans, whatever, we have no evidence to show that they are more risky. But when we have the brown separated, then I think it's very hard to argue anymore that we have no evidence that this is more risky. So I think we need this piece of the puzzle as well to push things forward more strongly. Because now you can do a little bit of green with your left hand, but then your right hand was 80% still brown, and nobody pays attention. Well, some NGOs perhaps. So we need the other side of the coin as well, and that is under work now, but it's a very important piece.
Oliver, just to finish off, because we're almost out of time, you're nodding away to that.
Yeah, I think it's exactly right. Again, I disagreed. I do apologize a little bit on central banks, but that's probably a German view. But this one is super important, because the moment you label something brown, as a private sector, you have a hard time investing. And that means that the taxpayers have to come in. So be very careful. We've already overextended our debt capacities. You know, we're adding debt over debt over debt over debt. And then you have to finance from the public side the transition for the brown sectors, which is a huge part, because the private sector will not be able to invest. So we need to be very, very careful what the labeling really means.
Ella?
Here, just to add that it doesn't always mean that the public sector pays. We always ignore the opportunities of the green finance. In the US, for example, the renewable energy sector already employs more people, apparently, than the fossil fuel energies. When we went 40 years ago for forbidding waste dumping in the sea, some people may have lost their jobs if that was the only way they could survive in their business. But the people who did the cleaning up then subsequently, I think they gained a lot of jobs and plenty more were created. So we should not forget that it's not only about risks. There will be new jobs and new wealth created on the other side as well. So balance we can't just scaremonger people, because there are scares and there are risks, absolutely. But it's not all that. There is the other side of the coin as well.
Okay, well, that is
yes. No, if I can just add, I wanted to just say something about that adds to that. You know, 30 years ago, I had the pleasure to work in the steel industry, and we didn't make the real transition. We actually pumped 5 times as much money in than was needed, because the private sector didn't want to fund anymore, and the political pressure from the communities on extending subsidies over subsidies over subsidies over subsidies, by the way, across Europe, have been eating up a lot. If we had had a private sector solution, it would have been gotten much faster. So what I was trying to say is, yes, there are the opportunities on the other side of the fence. Markets will go there, but who's going to deal with the left behinds in a way that is actually both socially but also economically sensible? So we need to be very clever about that.
All right. We are going to finish it there in that bit of agreement there, certainly between Ella and Oliver. Thank you very much to all of our panellists this afternoon for a fascinating discussion, but that's all we have got time for. I'm now delighted to introduce Andrew Steer, President and CEO of the World Resources Institute.
The Biodiversity Treaty is aimed at preserving the Earth's plant and animal species. All 12 EC countries are now committed.
29 years ago, perhaps like some of you, I was at the Rio Earth Summit, and I watched world leaders one by one walk up and sign the Framework Convention on Climate Change. There was a real sense of moral purpose in the atmosphere. These leaders clearly wanted to be on the right side of history. They wanted to lead to solve this difficult problem. For most of the next 25 years, we lost that sense of moral purpose. It came back magically in the lead up to the Paris deal, but then we lost it again.
You saw what happened last week with the so-called Paris Accord?
It's now back, I believe, and I hope it's here to stay. Now, why should we have such hope today? Well, a whole new generation of young people demanding action, a whole new generation of technologies at lower costs that enable us to move forward, but also some remarkable intellectual innovations. We finally said goodbye to the economics of trade-off. Just 10 years ago, almost all economists, almost all politicians thought that it would be nice to operate on climate change, to solve it, but it would cost you in terms of jobs and growth. We now know that actually that's not the case. Smart, aggressive climate action will drive new technologies, will improve economic efficiency, and will lower risks. And combined, those can lead to gains of $26 trillion, the new Climate Economy Commission has told us. But in addition, we've learned that it's no longer about incremental change. It's not about individual projects, it's about system change. It's not silver bullets, it's a jigsaw puzzle. And we need the different players to bring the different pieces of the puzzle together. That's governments, it's corporations, it's the financial system, it's NGOs, it's civil society, it's scientists. They all need to be together. 18 months ago, a paradox occurred. When the IPCC announced that it wasn't good enough to limit temperatures to 2 degrees, we needed to limit them to 1.5. A lot of people said, well, wait a minute, this will scare away leaders. They will make excuses. This will discourage them. In fact, the opposite happened. New leaders stepped up. Why? Because real leaders want to be part of this moment in history. They want to bring their ingenuity, their drive, their discipline, and they understand the new economics of climate change, the new society of climate change. What does all this imply for finance? Well, there's some very encouraging developments in the financial sector, as we've already heard today. Almost $20 trillion of assets under management are now committed to net zero, and many commercial banks are now making the same commitment. Now, as of today, that doesn't make much of a difference because even definitions of net zero need to be worked out. And the coming months leading up to the Glasgow meeting are extremely important, whereby financial institutions will start identifying their science-based targets for the next 5 to 10 years so that transparently, year after year, they are able to announce their progress towards a net zero portfolio. Multilateral development banks need to be part of this. They need to go as a group to Glasgow, and they need to demonstrate that they are truly Paris aligned as well. There are technical issues that are difficult, but nothing that good leadership can't solve. Public finance for climate has been lagging badly, as has finance for adaptation. We need to provide that $100 billion. It's not only right morally, it's not only right ecologically, it is right economically as well. Let's just get on with it, for heaven's sake. One final point on climate finance. It's wonderful to see the new enthusiasm for voluntary carbon markets for nature-based solutions. But incredibly important that before corporations engage, they get their own house in order with their own science-based targets. So too on the supply side, very important we have standards that are strong ecologically and socially and prevent leakage and prevent double counting. For WRI, it's been a great joy and a pleasure to work with many of you over recent weeks and months as we've come to this place, and we commit to continue to do that as we move forward into this decisive decade. I will be taking a new job next month. I'll become the president and CEO of the Bezos Earth Fund. That's the fund of $10 billion that Jeff Bezos has generously made available in grants for climate and nature this decade. And let me commit to you also full commitment to work with you on game-changing ideas as we act boldly and smartly and humbly with a strong focus on social justice. Thank you very much.
Andrew Steer there. Now, what better way to round up this session than to hear Christine Lagarde, President of the European Central Bank. Here she is.
Climate change is one of the biggest economic risks confronting Europe this century, and the rest of the world for that matter. Left unchecked, more frequent and more severe natural hazards are likely to cause extensive damage, economic and social disruption, and financial losses. Averting this catastrophic outcome requires changing how we produce, how we work, how we live, in order to transition to a carbon zero economy. Yet that process also can lead to widespread disruption, especially if it takes place in a delayed, abrupt and disorderly fashion. And that is why climate change is the focus of many strands of work currently underway across the European Central Bank, and why it is one of the key considerations of our ongoing review of monetary policy strategy. This includes ensuring that our modeling framework captures the impact on the economy and on inflation, which is our primary objective. We are analyzing how our policy instruments may be affected, since climate change could reduce the available space for conventional policy and impair the transmission through the financial system. We are also evaluating what risks there may be to the ECB's own balance sheet. The economy-wide climate stress test that we are currently carrying out shows that the risks to the euro area economy could be substantial. The exercise also sheds light on the long-run trade-off between the transition to a green economy and climate inaction. The preliminary results show clear benefits to acting early. The short-term costs of the transition pale in comparison to the costs of unfettered climate change in the medium to long run. So it is essential to support and drive an orderly transition to a green economy. The primary responsibility for that action lies with government, who control the most important tools. But it will require effort and commitment from all parts of society, including central banks. And while there is a long road ahead, I believe the necessary steps are clear and progress has already begun. First and foremost, the true social and environmental cost of carbon needs to be included into the prices paid by all sectors of the economy. The EU's emissions trading system can play an important role in that process, but currently prices carbon too cheaply and does not include all sectors yet. Greater efforts are needed by governments to implement carbon taxes with universal coverage to prevent displacement of emissions to other sectors and abroad. Second, accurate information on the exposures and carbon intensity of companies is vital to ensure the efficient allocation of resources. The ongoing review of the Non-Financial Reporting Directive and the European Taxonomy Regulation are important steps. But it is essential to cover standardized reporting of carbon-intensive activities. ECB Banking Supervisions has recently issued a guide on our supervisory expectations relating to the management and disclosure of climate-related and environmental risks by banks. These two steps help align incentives, but the transition itself requires substantial rates of green innovation and investment. The green bond market has expanded substantially since the EIB itself issued the first climate awareness bond in 2007. Bravo! As one of the largest buyers of green bonds, the ECB is considering carefully how its actions may affect market development. Standardization helps nascent markets gain liquidity and encourages growth. And our eligibility criteria can provide, in this context, a useful coordination device. Green innovation and green investment need also the support of the financial sector. Completing the Capital Market Union should provide further impetus for equity-based green finance. And there is a fundamental role for the banking system. The ECB remains fully committed to contributing within its mandate to an orderly transition, acting in tandem with those responsible for climate policy. Thank you.
Christine Lagarde, thank you very much. Now that brings us to the end of our second session. We'll be taking another short break. We'll be back on air at 5 p.m. Central European Time, where I'll be joined by Sean Whelan and another stellar lineup to look at the role of multilateralism. Do join us for that. Thank you once again to all our panellists and other contributors, and thank you to all of you for watching. Goodbye for now.
It had always been a high-risk strategy to invite over 100 world leaders to Copenhagen to bring a successful end to what have been fractious climate negotiations.
Copenhagen was one of the most difficult and frustrating experiences. To live with no binding agreement felt like such a setback.
By late afternoon, it had all turned sour. The nightmare negotiators had feared come true.
I found myself voicing that doom and gloom. At my very first press conference, an intrepid journalist asked me, "So, Ms. Figueres, do you think that the world will ever be able to agree to a global agreement on climate change?" And I found myself answering, "Not in my lifetime." I will never forget the long days of negotiations in Paris in 2015. That COP took place only a few weeks after the attacks on Paris, and hence in a very, very heightened environment. Those final days and hours was intense. We were working on adrenaline. Especially on the final night. We would not settle for an agreement that was adopted by consensus. We wanted an agreement that would be adopted by unanimity, leaving no country behind, because we knew that every country is being affected by climate change and every country has to be benefited by addressing climate change. So it did take quite a bit of maneuvering in those last few hours to get everyone on board.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
I was frankly in utter disbelief. It took me a few seconds. And then, as the reality sank, I jumped out of my seat, full of joy, but more than anything, with deep gratitude. It was a resounding triumph for climate action and for multilateralism. The opportunity the Paris Agreement offered and still offers is extraordinary, but it is time critical.
And you saw what we did with our great administrator. You saw what happened last week with the so-called Paris Accord.
There have been moments I have felt very despondent. From some countries, there has been a lack of moral leadership.
We will never have outside forces telling us what to do and how to do it, believe me.
I found the decision by President Donald Trump to withdraw the United States from the Paris Climate Change Accord bewildering. By many accounts, the world is set to see its warmest 5 years on record and is not on track to meet agreed targets. We must redouble our efforts, and I'm glad President-elect Joe Biden has prioritized rejoining as one of his first acts. We have actually started the decade pretty well. Corporation after corporation that has come forward to adopt net zero targets. The financial sector is also moving, and we also have a growing number of national governments that have come forward to say they also understand that it is in their self-lightened interest to adopt net zero targets by 2050. But it is still not enough. The choice is radical change today or disaster tomorrow. My optimism is placed in humanity's capacity to embrace the former. Impossible is not a fact. It is an attitude, only an attitude. And that attitude we can change. And changing that attitude to a determination, conviction, and ingenuity, we can cut emissions by half by 2030.
Hello, I'm Jo Coburn.
And I'm Sean Whelan.
Welcome back to Investing in Climate Action, the make or break decade, brought to you by Project Syndicate in partnership with the European Commission and European Investment Bank.
In today's third and final session, Climate Action Goes Global. We'll be looking beyond Europe and asking how and if the world can join together this decade to stave off the most damaging climate change scenarios.
Over the next hour and a bit, we're delighted to be joined by some of the key players from around the world who, it is probably no exaggeration to say, have the fate of humanity in their hands.
Coming up, we'll hear from Patrizia Espinosa, Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the IMF, Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Achim Steiner, Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, and John Kerry, the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate in the new Biden administration.
And I'm delighted to say he joins us now. John Kerry, welcome to the programme.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be with you. Thank you so much for the invitation to join you, and very appreciative to the EIB for inviting me to share a few thoughts here today. And I'm very happy to join a terrific group of speakers. I saw a few of them earlier, caught up with their comments. Also happy to be celebrating the important work of the EIB with respect to finance of climate ambition in Europe and beyond. And it's absolutely critical, or we're not going to get done what we need to get done. The gap is enormous, as I think all of you know. You know, it's cliche, I know, to say the stakes couldn't be higher. We are running out of words to describe the seriousness of this and not to wind up depressing people by virtue of that. But it shouldn't be depressing, because there actually are enormous opportunities economically here, and investment opportunities, I might emphasize. This is not a situation where all we're talking about is expenditure in the purest sense of it. This is investment, and whoever comes up with battery storage, or whoever comes up with direct air capture, or whatever the technology is going to be, they will eclipse Jeff Bezos ultimately in wealth, because this is the largest market the world has ever known. 4 to 5 billion users today, going up to 9 billion users over the next 30 years, and it's already a multi-trillion-dollar market. And you've seen the trillions that people are talking about that will be exchanging hands as people move from place to place differently, as they light their houses differently, as they power industry differently. I mean, this is the reworking of economies all around the world if we do this right. And obviously we have to do it right. So we've just entered what is, without any question, the decisive decade. And I've been at this really since 1988, when Jim Hansen first testified to us. I was in Rio in '92, I was in Kyoto, and many, many other COPs in between, including Copenhagen, where it fell apart, Paris, where we got it together, and then our president, without excuse, without anything but ideology and perhaps even a focus on undoing things Obama, turned around and pulled out, and frankly did not tell the truth to the American people about even that, because he blamed it on a burden, an excessive burden that had been placed on the United States from exterior forces. Of course, that is not true, because in Paris, we all wrote our own plans. Every country did. And even the United States in Paris was supported there by the major corporations of the world, Fortune 500 companies, by our banking and asset manager institutions. Everybody supported that. And it is sad that the President of the United States became the only president in the world who found an excuse to depart from Paris. But it hurt. It hurt us. It hurt credibility. It hurt momentum. So now we need to take advantage of every day that passes. Why? Because every analysis, most recently the IPCC, and just the other day several, I think Rhodium, the folks who do modeling for us on this, made it clear that we're not doing better than about a 1% reduction in emissions. I mean, that's shameful. And it's ridiculous in many different ways compared to the rhetoric, but it's also challenging beyond belief. We are told by scientists, not politicians, but scientists, that we have to reduce a certain amount of emissions within a certain period of time in order to keep alive the prospect of 1.5 degrees and in order to keep alive the prospect of actually achieving the goal of net zero by 2050. And if we do not reduce enough during this decade, every model shows you that the steepness of the curve that you then need to achieve in order to get to net zero, to make up for what you didn't do in those 10 years, is so steep that it's unachievable by most estimates today, barring some miracle of technology discovery or something. And I don't think any of us feel that it is wise and prudent leadership in the public sector to rely on the miracle, that we just don't know what it'll be. Bill Gates says we need a miracle of storage or a miracle of fusion or a miracle of fission. Notice within those three, there are a number of different options others are pushing that are missing, but the point is that it's going to take an all-out effort unlike anything we have engaged in as a planet, as a global group of countries committed to reasonableness and to our future. So if we're going to prevent global average of temperatures from reaching catastrophic levels, we have to move now. So what does sufficient progress means? It means putting the world on net zero track no later than 2050. It means embracing a 30-year target as our North Star. It means laying out clear plans and milestones with credibility that show how we're going to reach that goal. And ultimately, it means keeping 1.5 degrees alive over the course of this next decade. The good news is that making the investments necessary to reach net zero actually unlock this unprecedented opportunity in job creation. 2 of the 3 fastest growing jobs here in the United States right now are in renewable energy. And 75% of the new energy that came online in the last couple of years came from renewable energy, not from fossil fuels. We're closing our coal plants, not opening new ones. And we're certainly not funding any other new ones around the world, as I know the EIB has joined in and refuses to do. So the climate conference in Glasgow in November is going to be the key milestone of this decade-long sprint. The United States will come to Glasgow with an ambitious new commitment, a revised, nationally determined contribution, which we will announce at our summit in April 22nd, if not slightly before. President Biden has absolutely committed to make certain that we will announce expanded efforts in finance. We're working with our largest financial institutions to bring them to the table with defined investments over the next of the 30 years and certainly the next 10 years. And President Biden has by executive order created a whole of government initiative here that will bring every single decision we make within the president's cabinet will be decided with climate in mind. And in addition, even though we're not an EIB shareholder, I would commend you for the commitment of raising your climate ambition and your pioneering work on green bond development, your leadership in phasing out the financing of fossil fuel. All of these things matter because they represent the kind of behavior that we need from institutions all across the planet. And you've set a standard that banks everywhere can strive to meet. The EIB obviously is going to be part of the financial backbone of the European Green Deal. And that is going to challenge £1 trillion, euros at least, to climate efforts across Europe. So I just encourage you to expand those efforts within the areas of resilience and adaptation. We need to have a united front when we go to Glasgow. And there are many countries for whom resilience and adaptation is more essential right now than anything to do with mitigation. And that's because of what the world's largest emitters have done over the course of the Industrial Revolution until today. So 20 countries, the 20 largest economies in the world, plus 1 or 2 of the G20, are responsible for 81% of all the emissions on the planet. And clearly in Glasgow, we need to be addressing the concerns of those many, many nations, all of whom are a fraction of 1% of emissions, but who are having some of the greatest impacts of climate. Environmental justice is a critical component of what we need to be doing. The United States is, as you know, a committed founding shareholder in the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, along with the EIB and EU member states. We hope we will all encourage to continue to collaborate with the EBRD, both within Europe and externally. And finally, I encourage everybody to do everything we can to provide incentive to financial intermediaries, the ones through which you work, to green their own balance sheets and their own portfolios. So I thank you profoundly for being leaders in this sector. We will count on you in these next weeks and months as we build momentum towards Glasgow, which I think, without exaggeration, just because of the science and the timing and the goals and the size of them and where we are today, it is almost certainly the last best hope we have to be able to pull ourselves back from the brink. And I look forward to working with all of you to do just that. Thank you.
And we all look forward to Glasgow later on in the year. And thank you for being with us here today, John Kerry, the United States Special Presidential Envoy for Climate.
Now, do remember, today isn't just about global leaders, welcome though they are. Without you, the audience at home, there wouldn't be a point. So do please get involved, help spread the word, use the hashtag investing in climate action. But before we go any further, let's take a look at the issues coming up.
We have a responsibility to our planet.
The United States will withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord.
This is Europe's man on the moon moment.
Now, the rest of this final session will be broken up into two informal conversations, fireside chats, if you like. Later on, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Frans Timmermans, will be in conversation with Patrizia Espinosa, the Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change.
But for now, I'm delighted to bring in and introduce Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the IMF, Werner Hoyer, President of the European Investment Bank, and Achim Steiner, who is the Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme. President Hoyer, as a key partner for the event, let me hand over to you to kick off the discussion.
Well, thank you so much, Joe. It's a pleasure to be here again. And first of all, let me say a big thanks to John Kerry. It is so encouraging, gives you such a good feeling to see the United States back on stage on this very, very important topic. And I believe that with the support of the United States and the close cooperation between the European Union and the United States, we can make a difference. So from that point of view, a wholehearted thanks to John. Now, this evening, I'm surrounded by good friends, but among them in particular two with whom I've gone a long way. Kristalina Georgieva, for many, many years in Bulgaria, then in the European Commission, and now in different positions in Washington, and with Achim Steiner, who has been in development and in foreign affairs and in climate, a partner for a very, very long time as well. So it's a pleasure to have you here. Let me start by coming back to an issue I raised this morning in the introduction to this conference. I said I sometimes have a feeling that there are similarities between the situation which we had to master in the early 90s, when all of a sudden we were confronted with the need to organize it, to help organize the transition in Eastern and Central Europe from communist economies and rotten businesses to market economies and to companies which were exposed to the pressures of free markets. This challenge was taken head on at that time. And I have the feeling we are in a similar situation nowadays. So, Kristalina, at that time, what was your feeling at that time? And is that comparison correct?
Let me first say thank you for bringing us on this very important topic and framing it the way it should be framed. This is the decade we have to all lean forward on climate and from each and every perspective act. Yes, there are similarities. In the early 90s, back in Bulgaria, we were aiming for a structural transformation to bring the country into the market economy. And it was very painful to do so. I still remember hyperinflation wiping out the savings of my family and then getting up 4 o'clock in the morning to queue for milk. Transformation is difficult. Now we have the objective to bring environmental sustainability squarely into the way we think about macroeconomic stability and to make sure that we have market forces directing us to do the right thing. What does it mean? First and foremost, we have to uniformly put a price on carbon. It is bad, and we have to pay for producing it so we can give a predictable long-term direction to how this price is going to go up, so producers and consumers, we all can adapt our behavior. Secondly, we have to recognize that transformation is hard. There will be those that are impacted. If you are in a carbon-intensive sector and your job evaporates, you need help to reskill. And in the same way, we had to support people in the days of the transition from central plant to markets. We have to have a just transition on climate. And third, it takes international cooperation to do so. We need solidarity and camaraderie. My institution, the IMF, comes squarely, as does yours, as does Akim's, in making sure that we play to our advantage so the world moves faster to a point of sustainability.
To engage in 30 years ago, that was not just an economic transition or a transition into different political systems. It was also a very, very demanding, challenging social transition and societal transition. And that is similar to the situation here today, where we need, for instance, the European just transition mechanism in order to make sure that the coal miner who might be the last to leave the coal mine in southern Silesia will find a job, and although we know that he will not be the head of a digital startup within 2 weeks. So this social dimension needs to be seen always in context with the economic transition. And Achim, for the developing world, the situation is not different in my view. What's your thinking?
Well, well, first of all, it's wonderful to join you, Werner and Kristalina, and thank you for posing this challenging question, because I think it goes to the heart of whether we will succeed together or fail together. Just transitions, however, I think have parallels to that moment in history you described earlier. But let's also recognize that just transitions can be intensely local and national and international. And I think at this moment in time, these are both playing out. Inside countries, within societies, there are real dilemmas about communities, about economies, about infrastructure that exists. And these need to be resolved very rapidly, because otherwise the imperative to act becomes very difficult to act upon. And then we have the international dimension, because we're asking many countries, and here is perhaps one big difference. we still have close to 1 billion people who have no access to electricity today. So in a world where you're still trying to get the basic driver of development, which is power, energy, and electricity, it's a very different kind of outlook to acting in synchronicity in a global climate response than if you are maybe a European country or a North American country or a Southeast Asian country. And this is, I think, where the ability to frame a common climate policy, but then recognize that there are very different realities that need to be managed by sovereign nation states and then the international community acting together. And I think our three institutions are good test cases for whether that notion of an internationally coordinated climate policy is also underpinned by a partnership that lives up to the notion of just transition.
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, I believe this challenge which we need to meet will be met easier because we got a strong drive from the younger generation. And that was a similar thing in 1990 and is today. And I think we should not overlook this. We should not see this as a risk, but as a great opportunity. There is a seismic shift going on that we need to benefit from. But we have seen and we have heard just from John Kerry that obviously the United States is back on board on this very issue of climate. We have heard that China has considerably raised the level of ambition for its climate objectives. So together with these two big nations and the European Union, we probably can say that 50% of the world population is represented by governments who are on that track. How about the other 50%? What do we need to do? When I was preparing and I was doing my homework for this event, I looked a little bit into your history and I found something that I had not known yet. And I found out that you had written a PhD thesis on environmental protection policies and economic growth at that time. Probably you have forgotten all that, just as I've forgotten my PhD thesis. But at that time, you have been a front runner on an issue that is now very, very important for all of us. So how can you in your institution help the other 50% in order to be able to also meet the objectives of the Paris Agreement?
One of the great similarities between the transformation from central planning to market economies and the transformation towards the new climate economy is to shift from bad, harmful policies to good, supportive policies for inclusive and sustainable growth. It comes very handy for my job now at the helm of the IMF that I'm a trained environmental economist and that I did write my PhD on environmental policy, because we are at such a pivotal time when the IMF has a huge role to play, first and foremost, helping countries shape up policies that will underpin the transition to low carbon, climate resilient future. But of course, we are also a source of financing. We take our responsibility to do we have a very unique role. We have policy engagement with each and every country, rich and poor, every year, called Article 4 consultations. We are integrating climate. We are going to have this year and next 70 of these consultations zeroing in on this issue of good policies for a transition to the new climate economy. But then also we come up with program support, and we take to heart that what we help countries to do is about dealing with the vulnerabilities of climate change, and also investing in green jobs and a green future. A very important role for the IMF is to link climate risks to financial stability. Our analysis shows very clearly that creditworthiness, cost of borrowing, likelihood of default is impacted by vulnerability to climate shocks already. And in fact, in rich countries, in advanced economies, there would be a bump of about 30 basic points to every 10% increase in climate vulnerability. In low-income countries, in emerging markets, this bump is 150 basic points. So what do we need to do? We need to help financial systems in the rest of the world to be mindful of climate risks and to be able to stress test for these risks, but also help countries buffer against vulnerability and take advantage of investment. And what we also assess is quite remarkable, that going green is not only good for the climate, it's actually good for jobs and good for growth. So that is our role to make that shift. And finally, the IMF is well known for the credibility of data. So what we are now doing, and I'm very proud to announce it in this discussion, we are moving towards integrating climate indicators, more specifically carbon intensity indicators in our quarterly mainstream macroeconomic performance reports. So with all these three things, make sure countries are well informed on the right policies to choose from, that they have support also financially through our programs, and that we give a credible push on the financial system to integrate climate-related risks. All of this based also on the foundation of data, I am confident would make the IMF a major force in this decade. I think of us going to COP and saying, here we are, systemically significant institution in the transition to the new climate economy.
Well, that's extremely encouraging, and where we see at the horizon the decarbonization as a top-level conditionality for international financial assistance. So this is a very, very good development. Achim, what does that mean for the necessity to ensure a socially fair transition, in particular for developing countries?
Well, if I can just pick up from where Kristalina left off, because I think it's sometimes important to also realize the journey we have traveled. I mean, we have thousands of years of essentially a fossil fuel-based economic development pathway emerging, biomass initially, then coal, then oil, gas, and that is thousands of years. Then 200 years of industrial revolution, 250 years, and taking us to essentially the precipice in terms of climate. And the lens through which we approached that initially was really a scientific and environmental one. The impact on the environment became the red alert. And yet, as Kristalina just pointed out, at a certain point, probably around 25 to 30 years ago, science began to affect the thinking about the economic implications. Climate change became material to an economic vision of the future. And I think as we progressed that discussion, we spent 30 years, the IPCC, the UN Framework Convention, the mechanisms for actually enabling the world to deal with something that really it has only dealt with once before and quite successfully, the hole in the ozone layer and the Montreal Protocol, another extraordinarily important multilateral agreement. But as the economic implications became clear, the disruption of an economic paradigm and an energy infrastructure that we had built for our economies in the 20th century suddenly became less and less viable. That has enormous implications, and that's where we arrive at the social and the socioeconomic dimension of change, because disruption is something that neither financial markets like, but also communities struggle with, and certainly nation states that have to make fundamentally different choices than just 10 years ago were being advised, were being recommended, has created extraordinary pressures. And let us remember, we are meeting today, the three of us and all of us who are in this wonderful event, in the midst of a pandemic, the fallout of COVID-19, the economic disruption, extreme poverty levels going up again, debt levels rising. This is the backdrop against which we are now asking countries to do essentially an epochal shift into a 21st century low carbon pathway. I think that notion of just transition cannot just be an abstract notion of what is good and should be done. It has to be translated into very concrete actions. And I think here, if I may, Werner, just to point out one more aspect that I think is crucial. We have lost a lot of time, but you know, in the short clip before we came on air, it said multilateralism returns or multilateralism is coming back. I would argue it never left. I mean, a country had left the Paris Agreement, but in the meantime, a lot of hard work has happened, and 30 years of climate science, 25 years of trying to address the economics of transition, and then just 5 years of raising the level of ambition because we have an agreement. And at the heart of this are these national determined contributions, these national climate strategies. We have to recognize that at the end of the day, addressing climate change is an act that addresses every or impacts every aspect of development. That's why these national climate strategies touch on the future of development pathways in every country. They have to do with equity, inequality, technology, and ultimately, I think we will now graduate with a just transition framework in place to an investment economy. Climate change is increasingly, as John Kerry also said, going to be the driver. Kristalina has often spoken to this, and again, Kristalina, my deepest respect for how you have managed to bring to the IMF an understanding of climate change that is transformational to the understanding of economics and climate and economies in climate. Just like you, Werner, have succeeded in taking the EIB forward to become a climate bank in the midst of the EU's extraordinarily important role in now engaging with other countries around the world and with an investment paradigm. Not always private sector. It can also be public investment. It can be international investment agreements. This is a moment in which we begin to look at climate change as not only the threat of our time, but perhaps the pivot point into a 21st century economy. That's where the tragic coincidence of the pandemic with the Paris Agreement 5-year mark and the green recovery narratives that we're now seeing could prove to be truly transformational.
Well, thank you very much, Achim. Since developing countries obviously need help in order to leapfrog polluting development, it is now necessary to bring clean technologies to the developing world quickly. How can we achieve that, and how can we speed up the process at a time when we must stop thinking innovation, climate and development separately, but in a context?
I want to make 2 points. One is that the technological advancements are so impressive, already giving us so many pathways to reduce emissions without undermining living standards. Take, for example, solar. What has happened with the drop of price of solar, making it affordable in the poorest parts of this planet, is just amazing. And I have a very strong belief that we can press for acceleration of leapfrogging now with the digital advancements. So much more can be done for data to get to producers and consumers, and on that basis, reduce footprint, improve efficiency of what we do. But technology is one piece. There is also innovation in policy. And for us at the fund, this is now central. How can we, as fast as possible, bring forward policies that help us to be much faster in taking this turn to low carbon, climate resilient future? And I want to press us all, Werner, we should compete on innovation in policy terms and in application of this innovation in the especially parts of the world where it is absolutely dramatically important that they take this turn. I'm thinking of countries that are at risk of hurricanes, floods, droughts, destructions of livelihoods, migration of people. We have to figure out how we build resilience with technology, but also with the right policies in place.
Thank you, Kristalina. Achim, the same point to you. Leapfrog development and technology, and link between innovation, climate, and development.
Well, let me first of all say something that you both are also very familiar with. There used to be a time when we talked in the International Development Corporation context as a north-south equation. Frankly, when it comes to technology today, we can look east-west, north-south, south-north. There is an extraordinary explosion of possibilities. So I think the question here is really one of, can we quickly help countries to now define their pathways for either transition or for transformation of their energy systems, of their urban infrastructure, of their agricultural production systems. There is an extraordinary amount of work, and Kristalina just mentioned data. Data is a fundamental building block in that. And yesterday was World Meteorology Day. Many countries do not even have the most rudimentary meteorological infrastructure to generate the kind of data for preparedness, disaster risk reduction, or indeed for managing their rivers and, for example, the generation of hydropower. So we have very different realities into which we need to invest. And certainly one of the things that we have as UNDP and as part of the UN development system concentrated on is to help countries turn the NDCs from a kind of commitment report card to an international process to an act of national sovereignty, where the NDC, this nationally determined contribution, becomes a national investment plan into the transition to a low carbon future. And here we need to look at financing, we need to look at infrastructure options, and we need to look also at ways in which that just transition becomes practical. In this practical sense, our work together, Werner, on Africa, for instance, trying to understand the renewable energy pathways that African countries could pursue. What would it take? Domestic policy reform, Kristalina referred to it. Mobilizing domestic financial investments, public-private, and then international finance and technology support. It is, in my mind, perhaps the lowest hanging fruit to conceive of a continent like Africa, where 600 million people do not have access to electricity as we speak today, to look at this not as just a climate change challenge or a development challenge. It's in bringing these two together that we could literally deal with an issue that we have not dealt with properly for the last 30 years, despite all the development and energy planning that has taken place. But financing becomes crucial here, and that's why you both are sitting there. And what we do in UNDP with our climate promise, we are engaged in 115 countries now with many other partners in helping countries to shape these investment plans, because that's what they come down to. If you cannot invest in these plans and targets and net zero pathways, everything just becomes paperwork. And that is why so many young people have also brought something else to the whole climate debate. We have ambition as a driving idea right now with the Paris Agreement, and we have impatience because we're running out of time. And I think this is where we literally have to rethink the scale, the instruments, and the terms of engagement. And the latter is very important, because the future of development and partnerships cannot simply be a replication of the last 30 years.
Thank you very much. The organizers let me know that we only have a few minutes left, so I would like to come to my last point that we should all address. It's the issue of the financial dimensions which will be needed in order to cope with this challenge. That brings in the private sector. We have heard from representatives of the private sector today, for instance, Oliver Bete from Allianz before, that the readiness is there. I remember a meeting in Davos last year when a representative of a very, very big commercial bank told me that there is a good reason why he participated in a climate event, because he said, well, 50% of the asset holders will give their assets to the next generation within the next 10 years. And these people have different attitudes, and there are big opportunities for us in order to tap these sources for financing. So the readiness is there. The green bond idea has been a huge success and has led to an enormously big market worldwide. So what more can we do in order to tap these potential sources in order to bring the private sector in with full force? Does it take the admonition from Kristalina to say, well, if you don't wake up, you are going to sit on stranded assets one day, as Larry Fink of BlackRock also told us? We have to be cautious, and we need to see that in some areas the private sector is ahead of the public sector.
I so much agree that the big impulse in this transition is going to come from private financing. When I look at what is being done and must be done on an even larger scale, so private finance also goes to developing countries, it boils down to two things. One is plainly sound macroeconomic fundamentals. Eliminate red tape for private sector to invest, have accountable government, have a clean and transparent tax policies and public spending policies that helps to attract private investment. But then secondly, make sure that there is a clarity as to why this should go green. And it comes with one, making sure that when it doesn't, there is a sufficient penalty. We calculated at the IMF that the harmful subsidies that go into carbon-intensive activities, fossil fuels, are about 400 billion a year. But the indirect subsidies that come from not taxing carbon, for tolerating congestion coming from dirty mobility, from health impact of pollution, is in the order of 5 trillion, much bigger than the direct subsidies. So we have to make sure that public policy takes care of sending this signal, what is right and what is wrong. And then, of course, public subsidies to make it possible for private investment to flow. If you want to have clean mobility, well, we need to have the infrastructure for clean mobility to happen on scale. If you want to have investment in reforestation, mangroves degradation, there has to be the infrastructure that allows for these investments to take place. And above all, we have to recognize there is a different perception of risk in advanced economies and low-income countries. We as institution have a role to play to reduce this risk, and to reduce the perception of it. So all hands on deck. And when we do, and of course, as you mentioned, we have to show the future of investments on the basis of stress testing for climate-related financial stability risks.
Thank you, Kristalina and Achim. How do we get the private sector on board? Because there is obviously a great opportunity. We must not miss this opportunity. We must not miss this crisis.
Well, since we only have very little time, and I think neither Kristalina nor you nor I would disagree on the centrality of the private sector, perhaps where I would add something to what Kristalina and you have just said, is that when it comes to a challenge like climate change, we cannot look to the private sector to necessarily be the leader when the signals in the market, in the regulatory environment are not aligned for them to in fact follow a signal about the future of our economies. And we have seen that in the financial sector has in some ways displayed remarkable inertia in the last 10 years. We are now seeing a very different narrative emerge. So let us look to the private sector as indeed a fundamental variable in scaling up, and truly, ability to invest goes far beyond what any government can mobilize. But regulatory frameworks, dealing with the distortions in our marketplace with fiscal subsidy regimes that simply point the market in a wrong direction, and also ways in which we can help economies deal with the inequalities that define our global economy today. Just in the midst of this pandemic, I would love to remind all our listeners, if you are a country like Kenya today and you want to borrow on the world's financial markets, a one-year bond will cost you in the range of 7% of interest per annum above and higher than that. If you are the United States or perhaps a country in Europe, your borrowing rate is somewhere around 0.12%. That is the cost of being a developing country at a moment where we expect everybody to jump forward with equal enthusiasm and with equal capacity. It is simply not the reality. And that is why financing, that is why the IMF, the multilateral development banks, but also the national development banks are such a critical instrument in addressing this inequality in access to finance. And it is very real, and it will not be solved by simply saying, well, can the private sector step up? Ultimately, the private sector will be the engine of scaling up and of acceleration. But on climate change, it has proven to be rather slow because the signals, the market intelligence, and essentially the view of what an economy would look like 5 years down the line simply did not align with the rhetoric. And I think this is why this is such a critical moment. And we are now seeing a very different narrative emerge in financial markets, stranded assets, but also opportunities. Climate change is becoming the opportunity of the century. Lord Nicholas Stern has said it, you heard John Kerry speak to it, but also Oliver Bäte and others. This is the future of an economic investment economy across the globe.
Thank you so much. That was already a very good closing remark, I guess. I think the two of you, I could listen all day, and probably our audience would say the same thing. Next time around the real fireplace again. Thank you very much, and it was a great pleasure to have you.
President.
Thank you.
President Hoyer, thank you very much. It was a fascinating discussion. Great to get the three of you together. As you say, maybe next time you'll be in the same room.
Now, we might be reaching the end of the day, but it's not too late to get involved in the conversation using the hashtag #InvestingInClimateAction.
In a moment, we'll move on to our second fireside chat. But first, here's Deputy Secretary-General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed.
Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, Mr. Werner Hoyer, distinguished participants, thank you for this opportunity. We are in a make-or-break moment. In 2021, governments will make decisions that will shape the future for people and planet. The EU commitment to reach net zero emissions by 2050 and cut its emissions by at least 55% by 2030, as well as the European Green New Deal, have contributed to a global momentum that is irreversible. Similarly, the European Investment Bank has set a gold standard in aligning its lending portfolio and policies with the Paris Agreement. We look forward to other multilateral development banks and development finance institutions following suit. I would like to recognize these efforts and encourage you all to assist others to follow suit, mindful of their specific circumstances and support needs. We must now turn our focus to implementation and cooperation. I would like to emphasize 3 asks from Secretary-General Antonio Guterres to advance in a way that helps achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. First, to developed countries. The Secretary-General has called for all donors to honor their commitment under the UNFCCC to mobilize the $100 billion goal by doubling their climate finance pledges for 2021 to 2024. It is urgent to commit at least 50% of those pledges to adaptation finance. This is essential to achieve the breakthrough in the adaptation that our world desperately needs now. The government of the Netherlands has shown the way, and I urge other developed countries to follow suit. We also need the share of grant finance to be at least doubled from current levels. Second, to ministries of finance. As shareholders of multilateral development banks, it is essential that you request management to commit before COP26 to fully align their portfolios and operations with the Paris Agreement. Portfolio alignment with the 1.5-degree temperature goal of the Paris Agreement requires setting plans informed by science with credible intermediate targets and clearly defined sectoral targets across the entire portfolio. Third, to all governments and public and private financiers. Coal has no place in the COVID-19 recovery. We must accelerate the energy transition towards renewables to create decent and healthy jobs. Coal's economic viability is declining fast. In virtually all markets, it is now cheaper to build and operate renewable energy capacity than coal plants. I would like to echo the call from the Secretary-General to commit unequivocally to halting coal financing by COP26 and shifting fossil fuel subsidies to renewable energy. I commend the EU for adopting the conclusions of the Foreign Affairs Council, discouraging all further investments into fossil fuel-based energy projects overseas. We are looking forward to a timeline for implementation, and we hope that this will translate into a significant jump in investments in renewable energy in the developing countries that badly need them, from Africa to Asia. It is in your hands to enable our global transition to net zero by 2050. But we must act now. Thank you.
Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Now, one of the key moments in the make or break decade will happen later this year in Glasgow, Scotland, when world leaders meet for vital COP26 talks. To discuss what needs to happen, I'm delighted to introduce Frans Timmermans, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, and Patrizia Espinosa, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, for the second of our fireside chats. Frans Timmermans, let me hand over to you to start the conversation.
I think it is essential that we use the opportunity that Glasgow offers us to show that we mean business. The core of the problem is that if we don't act now, if we don't set things in motion now, if we don't combine the need to recover from the pandemic with the need to set our societies on a different path, we will miss an opportunity, and I'm not sure that opportunity will return. So in that sense, I think the COP meeting in Glasgow is going to be essential for the world to make the move to a realistic path towards climate neutrality by the middle of the century. Fortunately, leading nations are moving in that direction now. It was a lonely place for the European Union a year ago when we announced climate neutrality in 2050. But now we've seen, you've heard from John Kerry today. We've also seen Xi Jinping's announcement. Japan is making moves in the same direction. South Africa, many other players. So I think this is a unique opportunity. But for that to happen, I also believe we need to understand that there are many, many nations on this planet who suffer greatly from climate change, but who have very little responsibility in creating the problem and have very little means to adapt to the new situation. So for the COP to succeed, I think the industrialized world, the major emitters, should also clearly commit to helping those countries that need to adapt to the new situation with concrete financial means and technological transfers. I think these are basically the conditions to have at least a fighting chance of having a successful COP meeting in Glasgow in November.
And Madam Espinosa, do you want to pick up on that?
Yes, well, let me start by saying that in my view, 2021 and concretely COP26 offers us an opportunity to launch a great human project to emerge from this global tragedy towards a transformation that will lead us to a better, healthier, more prosperous future for all. So I would say that we have to see this as an opportunity, as a turning point, and an opportunity that very few generations in history have, and we need to take advantage of this opportunity. So we have heard already Achim and Kristalina, and right now also Frans Timmermans saying how important it is that the recovery from COVID is aligned to the objectives of the Paris Agreement. And the very concrete way of making that recovery aligned to the Paris Agreement is to come up with more ambitious national plans on climate change, which need to be delivered. Actually, were due to be delivered by the end of the year. But now, of course, it will be very important that by the time we meet in Glasgow, we have a very clear indication from those national plans that we certainly are hoping to see coming in the coming months, especially from major emitters, that will give an indication that yes, there is leadership and the world is able to be on the pathway towards the 1.5 degree goal established by the Paris Agreement. So we need to see this increased ambition. We need to see also many more elements that come together at COP. One element, as Frans Timmermans was saying, has to do with the financial commitments, financial support. On that, what I would want to say is we need to deliver on the promises that have been made. And the financing part has not been really delivered so far. By 2020, developed countries were supposed to mobilize $100 billion yearly up to 2025. That has not happened. So I am really very hopeful that this pledge will be delivered before Glasgow, because that will create for sure a good basis of trust and a good basis for developing countries to take up more ambitious commitments going towards the future. So that is something that needs to happen. We also need to finalize outstanding negotiations on some very critical issues that will also provide more instruments, more tools for the international community, for national governments, and even subnational authorities to increase their ambitions in their plans. We have to raise ambition in mitigation, in adaptation, and in finance. And we have to do this not only governments, but fully recognizing the important part that other non-party stakeholders play. And that includes businesses, but it also includes investors, civil society, academia. So we really need to make this a big transformational moment that brings in everybody around the world.
Well, let me ask both of you at this point, what does Europe and the rest of the world need from the United States? First at the climate summit that Joe Biden is holding in April, but especially at the COP26.
You want to go first?
Sure. If you want. For me, it is important that the United States clarify its NDC. So what are they going to do nationally? It's also very important that the US join the European Union in being serious about the money that was pledged to developing countries for adaptation and mitigation. And I believe it is important that we join efforts with the United States to convince other major emitters to do their part. Fortunately, John Kerry wants to do that. I'm sure we'll see an announcement on the NDC right before or during the Earth Day summit President Biden is organizing. And then we will, proceed together with the US to G20 meetings, G7 meetings, the General Assembly meeting in September in New York, and thus build a coalition that will lead to a successful COP. I believe we can do this. I also believe in the genuine and strong commitment of the Biden administration, because this is an interesting way of doing. I used to be foreign minister for a while, and this is one issue where you talk about foreign policy, but in fact, it is national policy, sort of writ large on an international stage. Because the only credibility you have as major emitter is to show that you're actually changing at home. That's the only credibility you can take to the negotiating table. And I'm sure we will see the Biden administration do what is necessary.
Well, let me say that the re-entering into the Paris Agreement by the US administration and the announcements and decisions that President Biden and his administration have been taking already over the last 2 months have been really extremely good news for the climate change process. We need that leadership. We need the US to lead by example. And as Franz Timmermans was just saying, we need the US to come forward with a very ambitious nationally determined contribution. We really expect that this can happen. We have heard repeatedly Special Envoy Kerry saying that they will be presenting it very soon at this event that is being convened by President Biden on the occasion of the Earth Day. So we are looking forward to that. We also need the US leadership on finance, not only on fulfilling the commitments that they have made, for example, to the Green Climate Fund, but going beyond that, because we know that the requirements, the transformation that needs to happen really requires a lot more than the 100 billion. So we need that leadership. We need the US also to work with other important partners around the world in driving them towards more ambitious outcomes and giving developing countries the assurance that support for their actions will be coming forward. Only like that will we be able to be successful. No matter how good the policies and the implementation of those policies are in the developed countries, including the European Union, with those really amazing and very important commitments. If that is not paired by efforts in the developing world, where we know is where in the coming decades population growth and economic growth will be happening, then those efforts will be compromised. So it is very important to see that leadership and to emerge from the COP26 with this message of hope to humanity, to the young people. Yes, the leadership of the world is taking us forward towards fulfilling the commitments under the Paris Agreement.
Let me jump in with another theme for both of you, because we've been speaking a lot about governments and official agencies over the afternoon. But what can be done at COP to secure or encourage stronger decarbonisation commitments from the likes of corporations or cities, investors and others in civil society?
Patricia, you should go first for once.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Franz. Well, if I may, yes. First, let me say that in our process, since Paris particularly, we have been working in a very systematic manner with what we call non-party stakeholders, which include subnational authorities, business sector, and also academia, indigenous communities, all actors that really have a very important role to play in this transformation. And this agenda, which we call the Climate Action Agenda, has been growing over the last 4 years. So today we have really a very comprehensive action agenda that is incorporating partners from all different areas in the economy globally. Let me give you just a few examples. We have a program on sports and climate, and where we have a very important group of sports clubs from different types of sports that have joined. We have another initiative that is fashion and climate change. And then we have the Marrakesh Partnership, which is a partnership with stakeholders from all different regions on working on various sectors, energy, transportation, housing. We have one on cities. So there is really a very broad agenda. We call this in our process an inclusive multilateralism, and in multilateral process that recognizes that governments alone are not going to be able to do the transformation that is required. And this effort has also two champions. which were established also in the framework of the Paris Agreement, one that is designated by the current presidency and the second one designated by the incoming presidency. So currently the champions from Chile and from the UK are working together, and they have come forward with very interesting initiatives. One is the Race to Zero initiative, where they are trying to gather not only governments, but a private sector from all different areas to make commitments towards net zero carbon emissions. And they have also recently launched another initiative that is called the Race to Resilience. So we are working with many entities. We hope that these experiences and the possibility of sharing them widely can inspire others to follow those examples. But because at the end, really, we need everyone, and everyone means really every single community, every single business, every single person on board.
Let me just briefly add a couple of things to this incredibly thorough explanation. First of all, look at what happened in the US during the Trump administration. The federal administration got out of the Paris Agreement, very aggressive pro-fossil fuel policies, etc., etc. But what was the reality in America? The reality in America was that cities were decarbonizing. States set up emissions trading systems. Corporations quickly went also into sustainable policies and were decarbonizing. President Trump promised that he would dig up a lot of extra coal. Reality is the exit out of coal even accelerated simply because of market reasons. So the thing is that what cities are doing, what regions are doing, what states are doing, what corporations are doing is just stimulating this change. So what we need to do is to make sure that their voices are heard also at the COP. You know, this also international politics, which used to be the remit of sovereign nation states. That's no longer the case. You know, you have the need to hear the voice of NGOs, of corporations, of cities. You know, Mike Bloomberg and I had the Global Covenant of Mayors. I cannot begin to tell you how influential the voices of cities are and how much they learn from each other and how much they want to play this role on a global scale. So we also have to reimagine the way international business is done. In business, I mean politics and business and NGOs and civil society combined. And there is no other area than climate change and the climate crisis that shows the potential of this. Because if you look at the policies necessary to set our planet on a different course, to teach humanity to live within planetary boundaries, this needs to be done locally. This needs to be done by individual citizens, by local authorities, by local businesses. And only if you do this locally and this is part of a global movement, will it succeed. So I think you know, all of us would be amiss if we did not show that clearly in the way the COP conference in Glasgow will be organized and in the way the voices of others will be heard.
OK, well, I have one final question for both of you, and it concerns the organising of that conference. Should there be more space for the voices of the younger generations and others who are going to bear the brunt of the costs of climate change at COP and at future conferences? It's for both of you, but maybe, Franz, you could lead off on this one.
Yep. Well, very clearly, we would not have a European Green Deal without the Fridays for Future movement, which is a movement started by teenagers. So again, their voices need to be heard, because in essence, what we're doing is not doing something for ourselves, because probably we will not see the end result of what we're doing. At least I hope so, but I'll be very, very old by the time we reach 2050. But we're doing this for our kids and for our grandkids. And that is what I find incredibly stimulating about climate policy. You're doing this for somebody else, for future generations. But if they're around already, they should be part of this. You know, if you've seen in the last year the incredible level of solidarity most young people showed in the pandemic. They didn't do this for themselves. They were, they didn't really run a risk. They could get a cold, but they couldn't really be seriously hurt, most of them. But us, my generation, yeah, we're under threat. So what the young people did was show an incredible amount of solidarity in this last year at their expense for us. Now, it's about time we start paying that back, showing solidarity with them by making a successful COP conclusion and by involving them in shaping that conclusion.
Yes, Franz was just referring to how important the youth movement, the Fridays for Future movement has been for the European Union to come up with an ambitious Green New Deal. And I would like to say that for our process, the impulse that the youth have given to our process has also been very, very important to take us to where we are now. So the challenge now is to find ways of making their voices more relevant and giving them, because this is what I encounter frequently also, giving them some homework to do. They are, what we find sometimes is they are very worried, they are concerned, and they are conscious about the challenges, but they don't know exactly what they need to do. So we need to find the right way of guiding them or giving them some basis so that they can engage in that transformation within their communities, within their countries. And in this regard, I'm very happy that the Italian government is hosting this year the pre-COP, and they are hosting also a youth conference before the pre-COP. I really hope that this will be a very good space that will allow us to help the youth organize or not organize, because I don't want to sound like we want to tell them what to do, but be able to join their forces together, put their forces together in a more efficient way so that they can contribute to the transformation. In terms of the formal process, the conference has taken decisions encouraging governments to include youth delegates in their delegations, also to include dialogue with the youth internally when they are in the process of producing their national climate action plans. I think there are different levels where we need to engage them, but definitely they are part of the solution. They are a very, very important part of the solution. They have shown their capacity to adapt to a changing environment in ways that before we had not seen from youth. So I think this is also part of that great opportunity to start building that better future that they deserve.
Well, this is a great discussion, but I'm afraid the clock is beating us. Thank you so much to Patricia Espinosa for taking the time to be with us today. But before we leave, I'd like to hand back to Frans Timmermans one final time for the closing remarks on what has been a truly remarkable day. Frans.
To thank the EIB for its leadership. You were first and clearest in declaring that you want to become a green bank. And I think you've set the pace for the financial world, and it's moving in that direction really quickly. And I think that bodes well for what we need to do. Now, we're in a unique situation. I don't know when this happened before to humanity, but I'm very conscious of the fact that this cluster of challenges that we're facing now, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, which could end in an ecocide, the very intrusive consequences of one of the most important industrial revolutions humanity's ever seen, huge global changes also in demographics, etc. All this combines into the necessity for the world to reset itself on a sustainable course. Humanity needs to learn to live within planetary boundaries. If everybody would live the lives we live in Western Europe, we would need 3 planets, but we only have 1. So we have to make sure everybody can have decent lives within the boundaries the planet sets us. And it is possible. It is possible if we, now that in the crisis, public authorities across the globe are mobilizing huge amounts of money to be able to invest. Also, the private sector is reorienting its investment capacity because they know change is coming, also even without the pandemic, because of the Industrial Revolution. In the next couple of years, we have this incredible opportunity to invest well in our future. If we do this well, if we put the money we mobilize in a sustainable society and a sustainable economy, we will be able to deliver a society to our children that can sustain itself, that can prosper, that can offer a just transition so that we leave no one behind, and that can deal with the debt that necessarily will be incurred because of all this investment. However, if we miss this opportunity, if we recover the same way we did before, just restoring things, even if we know these things have no future. In other words, if we create huge amounts of stranded assets of the future, then our kids will not be able to sustain that debt. Then they will be burdened by an incredible amount of debt. And by the way, if we do that, we will always miss the target of reaching, of preventing the Earth's temperature to rise above 1.5, maximum 2 degrees. And if we do that, then we will reach a number of tipping points that will mean that humanity will no longer be in control of the situation. And then our children will be waging wars over water and over food. And we can prevent that. But if we don't prevent it, this is what will happen. So my conclusion is, we need to get cracking now. We need to set it in motion now. It is possible. We have the money. We have the technology. Of course, we need to develop it further. But in principle, it's all there. What we need is the political will and the understanding that this is a global challenge we need to face now. Thank you very much.
Frans Timmermans there, thank you to you. And that brings us to the end of our final session of the day.
Thank you once again to all our panellists and contributors in each of our sessions.
And thank you to all of you for watching.
So that's goodbye from me, Sean Whelan.
And me, Jo Coburn. That was Investing in Climate Action, the Make or Break Decade, brought to you by Project Syndicate in partnership with the European Commission and the European Investment Bank.